This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Martin, do you like light color behind the scenes to give the audience a peek behind the curtain? Doug always likes to do that. That's why he does the reality TikToks.
I think people enjoy a little view behind the wall, kind of Not how the sausage is made, but just part of the fun.
So all of you who use Microsoft Outlook this morning, Microsoft Office, you are dealing with a global outage.
Oh, no.
And that's something affecting my email, and if you use that, your email, you can get it on your phone. You won't be able to get it on your computer's whatever service you might use. I'm using a Gateway desktop because I am fabulously wealthy. I hope that doesn't come off the wrong way. Jackson, however, is dealing with the L drive being down. And the L drive being down is where all of his drops...
Oh, no.
Well, no.
And audio reside?
Right.
How
There you go.
About 2 minutes and 38 seconds ago, Jackson fixed the L drive?
Ooh, no.
Wrench, pliers, what?
I did no fixing. The insatiable Craig Rutledge.
Insatiable.
Holy crap. Have fun at your HR meeting today.
Is that not the right word there?
Oh, my God.
Not really, no.
Like, I'm going to look up the definition of insatiable.
Didn't seem right.
What's
Seems
the word
like
I'm
you
looking
can't
for?
satisfy him as a friend.
Infallible.
Infallible. Thank you. That's just
Well,
Insatiable.
Ledoux failed you. Ledoux failed you.
I've been
Insatiable is a Marilyn Chambers film. Was that 86?
I don't know the years, Tim.
You know her from Behind the Green Door and also Ivory soap commercials initially. And it says, incapable of being sexually satisfied.
Oh, God. Why would you? That's an
wonder
HR
if-
violation.
I don't know if Tommy Madden will
holidays.
handle the meeting.
Is there like
John
a
Kiowski, if this will just go all the way up to Minneapolis, but you'll probably have a meeting today.
Craig? I'm sorry. The word I meant was infallible.
Insatiable.
I thought that. Is there like a secondary meaning? Sometimes words, they'll have bonus meanings.
Bonus meeting.
That'll be my out.
Boy, what time is it?
If someone has an insatiable desire for something, they want as much of it as they can possibly get.
Well,
Okay.
but you meant like computer work.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
like,
I
see,
twist-
he just can't
twist
get
that.
enough
Boy, it's
technology.
nice to have an alliance, Doug. You get somebody to come along and bail you
God,
out.
thank God Andy Croupen's coming today. The infallible Craig Rutledge.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Craig is awesome. He fixed it right before the show, but that means all my prep work done before the show, the 90 minutes before the show, was quite difficult.
Oh, no.
So I've been going through it today.
You're having a tough day. Yesterday you came in, you're riding the high of Missouri, shocking the world. What was that?
It was a drop gone bad.
Was that a bonus drop, like a bonus meaning?
It's just audio playing somewhere.
Oh, no.
Bonus audio.
Fixed it.
Just like that. Man, you must be insatiable.
Technology and stuff.
Yeah. What exactly has to go wrong for an L drive to go bad?
Oh, technology and
Like
stuff.
a virus hits a computer somewhere?
Who knows what it could be? It's usually almost always like this is the first time in months that we've had any issues with it, but it happens. Totally understandable. It just makes my prep work a little bit more difficult. So I've kind of been going through it today, but we're back. We got everything we need.
Are you talking yourself through this?
Yeah.
Self-help?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm doing.
You can text in to help us out at 314-399-9646. Those are the Air Comfort Service text line. And then the YouTube chat, already active. Ricky Summers is in there. Doug, you know Ricky?
I don't think I do.
He's in there. He's youtube.com/TMASTL. Then there's the 101 ESPN chat. Take your pick. 2 different neighborhoods for you to participate in. And call in. And Chairman Kurt will filter it. But if he deems you worthy, you are on the air on 101 ESPN via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. So Jackson and Chairman Kurt had to print out a dossier. Mm-hmm. So I have a hard copy dossier because of the Outlook office outage, whatever the hell it is. It says, "We remain loaded for bear." But it's with the number 4, kind of like a username in a chat.
He was short on time again.
Had to abbreviate.
It says Josh Schertz in studio from 9 to 10. My understanding was 10 to 11.
I thought it was 10 to 11.
It is 10 to 11. I don't know why.
Right off the hop, we're wrong. Oh,
Doug, we edited that one on the fly.
tough to recover from that.
And then it says Christmas coming soon. Holiday banter and Yuletide positivity are seeing a major upswing.
That is true. That is true.
That's what is. So we have the incorrect time for Billiken head coach and future co-host because Doug, you coach the Billikens while he hosts the show.
I'll be happy to take the reins.
You're heading up to Illinois State on Sunday. Heads up.
It'd be fun. Would it be fun to coach just one game, kind of a meaningless game?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get teed up a couple times.
And then the next topic is Christmas coming soon. Holiday banter and Yuletide positivity are seeing a major upswing. That's what we have in the opening segment today on this dossier. Hard copy dossier. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can see it.
So again, just peeking behind the curtain. At this point, it's no longer a peek. It's you got the full scope of vision here. Mm-hmm. I often will put just a placeholder in there, and then I'll get back to it. But again, this morning was a all-out sprint combined with a marathon, and so I did not get a chance to move my placeholder. But I do agree that Yuletide positivity is seeing a major upswing.
I think we need some. We got all these technical outages. Let's bring it today. I would encourage all of you, even the texters, who could be a little nasty. Let's today remember.
I like that you're just learning this, because for us, this has been a daily experience every day from 7 to 10, now 7 to 11. Doug's gotten to do it, and he wants to do it 20 more years, since 2007.
No.
The text inbox attacking the program is something that at this point we're numb to, and I get to watch you process it.
Yeah, and looks of horror as I scroll through some of the comments. Whenever it just says image sent, I skip it.
Yeah, don't look at it.
If it says image sent,
don't open
we
that.
just keep moving.
Oftentimes, listeners like to send in pictures of their wives and girlfriends, and Doug is skeptical that they're real images.
Well, they all look like Victoria's Secret models, and I just doubt that every one of our listeners has a wife that looks like she ought to be on the runway in Paris or New
I'm going
York.
to disagree.
Okay.
Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figure I might as well marry a woman.
Oh.
I don't need any context there. I think I understand. A lot of the drops, you need context.
Recovering alcoholic is ready to go this morning, and he texts in, "I will have sex with you."
Gosh.
Crystal City Clamhammer says, "Jackson has given up. This is what happens when you pretend to be smart." That's from the Crystal City.
Oh.
How about this from Lisa? "Have a good day, guys." That's from Lisa.
Thank
And
you,
that's
Lisa.
why Jackson, for years, has described Lisa as a gem.
That's more like the Yuletide positivity we were
That's what we
hoping for.
need.
I like that.
And all right, Martin, here we go. "Hey, Doug, all I want for Christmas is you." And then it says "to sit on my face." So I thought
Okay.
it was the
Who was it?
I thought it was
Who
the
was
Mariah
it?
Carey song. It says "Big Tuft."
Okay, Big Tough. You know what? You just got yourself suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going to the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension logule.
That's a shame, because we were doing that Yuletide positivity thing.
Yeah, so
Will
much
it
for that.
expire in time to go to the party? When does the suspension
2 days.
end?
Today and tomorrow.
Okay.
So he'd be good
Big
on
Tuft
Thursday.
can be at Hot Shots on
Paroled.
South
Well,
County.
let's hope he can't find the directions or something.
So he just-
Look at that!
Look at that!
Look at this! Look at that!
How about that? Jackson was able to pull that drop. L Drive's working just fine. Thank you very much. That TMA Christmas party is Thursday at Hot Shots from 7 to 9. Doug is Santa Doug, and giving out presents every 10 minutes. And these presents include just free tickets to Post Malone, Jelly Roll, K-Dot, Kendrick Lamar, SZA, and blues tickets, autographed blues items throughout the night from 7 to 9 at Hot Shots' brand new location on Lindbergh. The whole TMA crew will be there, so come out and partake in the festivities. Did you talk with Kim about joining the fun and games? My wife is in, and we are looking forward to seeing your wife.
We're in discussion right now about what's we're in talks about what's possible for Thursday night.
Now, what does that mean? What's possible for Thursday night?
I don't think we had a commitment yet. She just wanted to know if the wives were going, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever works for you.
Yeah, 'cause we don't
them,
kink shame.
no, whatever the crew's got going on. I was asked to clarify. Now that I've clarified, I need to get the commitment. Is that producer speak? Did I just sort of talk in circles there?
You said a lot, but didn't say a thing.
You know, I called
Maybe
Jackson
I'm just a man of
yesterday.
the people.
We were having a discussion, and I said, "Jackson, you can do no wrong in my eyes." I said, "except all those times on the air when I've been calling you out for being wrong." Because I felt like yesterday was a
You
little
are
rough
an
on him.
idiot.
Boy, you're just on a drop mission today.
Well, send the message.
Is that because you fixed it? You want to show off?
I fixed nothing. I want to be clear there.
the insatiable.
The insatiable Craig Rutledge.
He listens to. I'm gonna.
I will never live that
I
down.
have to buy him some peppermint bark or something.
Ooh, that's not the move.
Yuletide positivity.
How about the quote from John Mosaic? I know we're going to get into the hardcore stuff, but
I want to make sure that Jackson has it, because in the first segment, which one are you going with?
Well, I
Because there's a
like-
lot of meat on the
Okay.
bone. There's a lot of meat on the bone.
But the line of the day, I felt, at baseball's winter meetings, while the Mets are spending about $1 billion, the Cardinals are trying to peddle their wares, their squad. The quote from John Mozeliak was, "It's my intention to try." And people say, well, what's it? We're trying, like letting everyone know we don't really want Arenado, and we're going to do our damnedest to trade him. It's my intention to try. And I guess he was asked, could he stay? And he said, well, I guess it's a possibility. I'm not sure where that puts us. It's financial, but also creating a runway for someone else.
The way that Derek Gould writes it this morning on STLtoday.com, asked directly Monday if he intended to trade Nolan Arenado. Mozeliak, breaking briefly from a policy of not commenting on trade negotiations, nodded, "It is my intention to try." There you go.
That's the line of the offseason. Is that also the slogan for next year? It's our intention
we'll let Joe Buck
to
know
try.
it's not. We're sitting this one out. It is my intention to try. I think they've gotten put into a weird spot by Contreras and Gray not saying we're willing to go somewhere. That's my read. Now they're spinning it as they want to stay. But I think that's something that kind of wasn't part of the plan. So you can't necessarily do a full-on, we can't call it rebuild, so we'll call it retool when you've got those kinds of dollars committed. And I don't necessarily think that's what they expected. I do think that they expect they'll be able to trade Nolan Arenado. Jackson, I don't know how easy it is for you to access audio. All right, Dan O'Dowd was on the MLB network yesterday, and with Soto going to the Mets, he listed 4 players now that the Yankees need to turn to. With it being 4 players, they're obviously not going to be getting $765 million apiece, but this is his plan for how they can counter what the Mets did, and he included the Cardinals and Arenado in there as one of his. Doug, do you like this 4-pronged plan?
I don't like 4-pronged. No.
There you go.
The third thing I've got, I'm trading for Nolan Arenado. I'm making the deal that I think I want. I want the money to come down a little bit, but I know he's going to stabilize my defense at third base and get Chaz Chisholm, who we just talked about, back to his natural position at second base. I think he will play very well under an Aaron Judge-led team and the accountability of playing in New York day in and day out.
Did he mention putting Arenado at shortstop to pump him up?
Didn't mention that.
Save his arm.
Save his arm a little bit.
But I think once they get that audio up in New York, they probably will move him in reference to one of our wonderful calls last week. So Arenado going to the Yankees is what Dan O'Dowd sees as happening. John Mozeliak yesterday saying, it is my intention to try to move Nolan Arenado. Martin, if you had to wager with a level of certainty, how certain are you that he will be with a different organization by the end of next week?
I'm going to say, by the end of next week.
Yeah.
End of next week, I'll say 80%. Overall, I'll put you at 98%.
Yeah. Doug, where are you?
I like those numbers. I'll say
I like those
by
too.
next week, 81%.
Oh, he prices right at you. He prices right at you.
And by the end of the season, 99.5%.
Okay, so we're all on the same page on that one.
This show said it months ago. We told you he wasn't going to be here. Doesn't want to be here.
We broke that story along with Brian Dable being fired.
You have to wonder.
Has that happened yet?
No.
You have to wonder why Gray and Contreras would be adamant about wanting to stay. Because it looks like you're not going to be on a contender. You didn't have a real good time, I would think, last year here or the year before that for Contreras.
I think it's individualized. This is, of course, theory. For Sonny Gray, he is in his mid-30s and lives in Nashville. I don't think he wants to be in a spot where he and most of the teams that are competing reside on the coast, where he's having to miss out on his family, and he can stay in the Midwest and be close. What did you say, 48-minute flight to Nashville? I don't know if he flies out of Spirit.
But carries that baseball, so he may need to drive.
That's correct. That's correct.
When you're making $30 million, aren't you just a quick flight away from anywhere you want to be?
Yeah.
But I mean, when it's a 4-hour flight, it's a different deal. And then Contreras, I think he wants to be able to play. And I don't know if he's necessarily going to be able to play. And I don't know what team's really looking for that contract for a catcher who became an outfielder for a week, who became a DH, who's now a first baseman and is working with Jose Oquendo to become a first baseman. And so I think that's the reason there.
Well, but finding a trade partner, finding a trade partner is different than just, wanting to play.
Of the three, I would think Sonny Gray has the most appeal to another team.
Well, if you don't want to waive your no-trade clause, it doesn't matter if you can find a no-trade clause.
No, I understand, but I'm saying...
I'm talking with Doug's part.
I was if I were the Cardinals and I'm thinking, what do I maximize in return? You'd be like, hey, Sonny, you're great. We really like that. To me, would be the pitch to him first.
Yeah.
We're going to get you out of here. You want to go to a winner, don't you? We're just kind of trying a little bit over here. But obviously, if he doesn't want to go, that's the guy you could get the most for, I would think. Arenado, I'm fascinated in the return. I think they're focused on the money, and the return will probably underwhelm everyone. But boy, this isn't. I hate the MVP or the Hall of Fame talk. We always say, oh, he's a future Hall of Famer. But he's a potential Hall of Famer. Not quite, maybe. And it's just, he's like on the trash heap. Isn't it weird? Like just the dialogue of somebody of that star power 2 years ago that now we're just saying, oh, yeah, we'll just get him out of here.
So 2 things from Derek Gould's chat yesterday from the winter meetings. I was reading that, and that's one of the thoughts that he said it was very astute for one of the people in the chat to point out was specifically it's difficult for the Cardinals to do what I think they intended to do this offseason with Contreras and Gray not agreeing to be moved. In addition, I think one of the next lines of thought in the chat, and I recommend people reading it at stltoday.com, is that once Goldschmidt, of course, is gone, and once we here on this show are all of the opinion, I would imagine most people in St. Louis are also of the opinion that Nolan Arenado will be gone, who will be the next Cardinal Hall of Famer on the roster? Is that person even in the organization? Because you can go back all the way. I don't even know where there would be a time where there wasn't a Hall of Famer in the pipeline. It certainly predates the 70s, and then you go back to the 60s, then that means you're going back to Musial. So from my lifetime, and those of you in your 40s, you've had Ozzie Smith, and then you went into the Pujols era and Molina, and then take your pick of whoever you would add to that, whether it be Goldschmidt or Arenado. Point being, who in the organization would be in the mix for that? And that's something that the Cardinals and Bill DeWitt, but the organization and the fan base are going to have to come to terms with. And perhaps somebody emerges. It would be wonderful. And there is a chance somebody is in the organization. But as opposed to the vast majority of most of our lifetimes, and maybe everybody's lifetime, there might not be one clearly on the roster or even in the organization.
Well, and your biggest stars, Edmonds, Roland, McGuire, Holiday, even going back Ozzie, all were traded here. So where is that homegrown superstar? I guess Ray Langford was probably your last.
Oh, it's Pujols.
Pujols
sorry.
Molina, I guess.
Okay, that's a slight. Edit that out, Jackie, would you?
It never happened.
But it seems the star power, for the most part, has been traded here. Now, is Walker going to be a star? Maybe. Is Nolan Gorman going to be a star? Maybe. But your confidence level is rather low. Yeah. I think the pipeline for talent is, in all those first-round picks that you look at that were swings and misses, I think that catches up to you at some point.
Yeah. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. And that's the Air Comfort Service text line. You can participate in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And we are giving away Cardinal tickets for our email of the day prize for today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I cannot access the copy. Jackson, do you have the copy for the Cardinal tickets? If not, it's fine. It's in my email, and I can't get my email.
Yes, I do have
Ladies and gentlemen,
copy.
this is Jackson Burkett of Ladue, Horton Watkins, class of 2016.
Hey, TMA has your shot to score a 5-game Cardinal.
Can you tell this isn't an ad-lib, Martin?
Sounds excited.
TMA has your shot to score a 5-game Cardinals Friday ticket pack for the 2025 season. This 5-game pack features tickets to Friday night games with showdowns against the Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, and more. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale tomorrow, but you can email in, which is the morning after at InsideSTL.com to win these tickets. Find all details for Cardinals ticket packs now at cardinals.com/holiday.
So if they could get Arenado traded to the Yankees, then you could start promoting his return.
That's exactly right.
Homecoming.
I could see how Arenado could go to the Yankees and suddenly kind of rediscover himself.
I thought it was interesting in that soundbite that Dan O'Dowd made reference to a Nolan Arenado New York Yankees pairing working because it's an Aaron Judge-led locker room.
I don't know about that. What Aaron Judge would have to do with it. I think being on a good team would have something to do with it.
But it leads me to audio that we have my compare and contrast audio. All right. This is going to be the audio you heard yesterday from Ollie Marmol when he was on the set with Greg Amsinger. And I don't know who else was on the set with him. I sent you the audio, Jackson, but I know Amsinger was on there. The pride of St. John the Baptist and Lindenwood University here in the St. Louis metropolitan area. And then the audio that we heard last year. And just on the off chance you didn't know if you were being BS'd, you'll be able to hold this one up anytime the conversation comes up. We will have that for you coming up. Munganast is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And they set up a number for our audience to reach them directly. This is specific for our audience to call or text 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. I've been working with Munganast for a number of years. My family gets their cars there as well, and we get our cars serviced at Munganast. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganast, and then the service department, Ryan Seiberg. I know they'll take great care of you because they've been taking great care of us. We are very happy customers, and we recommend them to our audience. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. You will hear this audio from yesterday with Ollie Marmol, and then we will hear the audio that we were being told last year at this time coming up, and you can compare and contrast. That's next on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and youtube.com/TMASTL for college basketball fans, Billiken fans. Josh Schertz back in studio. That's the 10 o'clock hour, Doug. Even though the dossier says 9 to 10, we don't want you to be thrown off by the dossier. That's Jackson just being insatiable.
Damn it. I thought I really had something there.
Is it awkward if I ask Coach Schertz for some plays for the 8th grade squad? Do you think that's out of line?
Oh, you coaching?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Associate coach. Associate head coach.
He'd give you a little pick and roll or something.
Motion offense.
I called Bobby Mack a couple of years ago. I said,
Bob McCormick, former CBC.
Legendary player, coach.
Priory coach.
Now Priory.
At Priory. And I called and said, I need a few plays for the 5th graders. He said, all right, what are you wearing? Like, that's the first question. He's always
Natalie attired?
Yep, dresses sharp. He said, start with that. I said, I've got 5th grade kids who can barely dribble. I'm not too worried about what I'm wearing. But Coach Schertz will now dial it up.
He will be with us at 10 o'clock on the program. I deep teased this. I was watching MLB Network yesterday, and Ollie Marmol and John Mozeliak were on the set, as were many, many members of many other organizations. And Ollie Marmol was asked about the approach that he will have and his level of excitement for this upcoming year. I want you to pay close attention. If I can tell people that what to do, I don't know, Doug, if you have a problem.
No, I don't like to be told what to do.
Here is what Ollie Marmol had to say.
All right.
Calls than anyone right now. It is the Cardinals. We started the show with John Mozeliak, their president of baseball ops. Now it's their manager, Oliver Marmol. Ollie, look, you guys are going to be tinkering in ways that Cardinal fans aren't accustomed to seeing. Is it a difficult spot or an exciting spot when you think of possibly having to trade pieces that the fan base thought were going to be mainstays?
No, it's exciting. I'll tell you this. I'm more excited going into this year than any other year.
Wow.
And so are our players, because it's the right time to do it, man. We got a core of young guys, first year, second year, third year guys who are hungry. And I think it's going to benefit a lot of them just knowing, like, hey, we're going to give you a runway here to play. We were just talking about it, but giving someone like a Jordan Walker, knowing the expectations of, like, hey, you're going to be in there, and there's going to be times where it's going your way. There's going to be times, weeks where it doesn't, and not having to worry about the up and down and just, like, you're going to get at bats, you're going to play. I think it's a huge weight off of his shoulders, and we're going to see a very productive version of him, and that applies to a lot of those other guys as well, man.
So that's the message from Ali Marmol this year. Here was what we were being told. This is John Mozeliak last year.
Yeah, I think a couple things that we felt we learned from last year was, one, starting pitching depth. Two was, I think we were a little young, and just getting some experience back into that clubhouse, I think, is going to help us. Obviously, when you have somebody like an Albert Pujols or a Yadier Molina, and they're no longer part of your team, you think you can backfill it from a performance standpoint, but there's also some other things you end up missing. And I think their presence was something that we're not trying to necessarily replicate exactly with a Lance Lynn or Sonny Gray, but having that type of presence and experience in the clubhouse, I think, is going to benefit us.
All right. So the youth is good this year. It's bad last year. However you need to spin it, I understand. That's the gig. But just in case you want to hold rights, there's that.
Is it possible, not doing a rights holder shuffle here, is it possible they believed that a year ago, that they had to add on the veterans because they were close? They thought, okay, we've got Arenado, we've got Goldschmidt, let's just add a few vets. And then they saw it and said, oh, my God, we were way wrong.
No, I don't believe so. I think they knew they didn't have anybody in the organization, and so they had to put a Band-Aid on it. And since it wasn't attractive, they had to spin it to the fan base because they knew they had a bad product.
So they thought the team was crap.
But I mean, if you really think that you got a world championship caliber team when you bring in Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson as Band-Aids, I also think it speaks terribly to some of the guys in the clubhouse, especially when we're talking about two of them being potential Hall of Famers, that they needed that leadership, which then goes back to what we heard from Dan O'Dowd in the first segment about Nolan Arenado doing better in a spot in an Aaron Judge-led locker room. So, I don't know. Well, I'm happy to be the bad guy. I don't mind being the bad guy.
Okay.
I have a low approval rating.
All right.
I mean, obviously, Fowler's established.
Yes,
right,
he
we heard
is.
that.
I don't know. I think maybe they thought they were better than they really were last year. I think there's a chance that they really thought Gibson and Lynn have got one more good year with them. And if Gray comes through, there's a chance that they could be a contender. I don't think that's too far-fetched.
Well, I think the problem is what their bar was, which was we will be good enough, we think, to either win the Central or to get in. I think that's been the problem, is that they're not, when you're talking about a world championship and you're going back to the Edmonds, Pujols, Roland, that era, you were just loaded with talent. We've seen that bar move where they're thinking, well, we could probably just get in. And I think they felt like with Gibson, Lynn, and that Sonny Gray, they felt like, okay, this might be enough to get in. I think they believed that
Right.
they could get in. I'm not saying it was enough to win it all. But.
And that's the thing. I recall last year saying on probably TMA and Balloon Party, I wouldn't bet against the Cardinals winning the World Series with a great deal of confidence, as asinine as that might sound. But I would bet everything that I have that they're not a 95-win team. And that really speaks to the variance that baseball now has, going back to your conversation with Ed Herman last week, Martin, has, I think, intentionally implemented into the postseason to attempt to balance the absurdity that is 4 or 5 teams can compete for the stars. But then once you get into these stupid-ass best-of-3 series and best-of-5 series that baseball deemed not true competition and got away from after the 1984 postseason by making everything a best-of-7, that now you've got a spot where all hell can break loose in the postseason, and you could wind up with what we had 2 years ago, the Diamondbacks and the Rangers, and the year before that, the 6-seed Phillies who beat the Cardinals. And that's how you try to mitigate the dominance of the bigger markets in their payrolls by making it essentially a tournament, and a tournament in which you can have a great deal of luck. So from that standpoint, yeah, I think the Cardinals still look at 2006 and 2011 as two of their lesser teams relative to, say, 2004 or 2005 or 2015 when they were 100-win teams, and go, God, our lesser teams won the World Series. So their mindset has been, let's just get in, as opposed to let's make sure that we have a stout organization. It's let's just try to get into the tournament and make a run. And that has irritated fans.
But that model does piss people off, but I think because of that model, they felt a year ago adding Sonny Gray, Lance Lynn, Kyle Gibson, while nobody's throwing a parade, I think they felt fit that model will be just good enough. We can probably get in and maybe add on. And if a young guy goes nuts and has a great year, then all of a sudden we're fine.
See, I think the real reason for it was they knew they had financial problems on the revenue side of the ledger with the television situation, and you could sign guys in their mid-30s to one-year deals with club options that allowed them to not have to go into the free agent market where they'd have long-term financial commitments, which the organization's not confident with because of the television situation and the attendance issues. So therefore, financially, it was a sound business decision to do it, but they had to spin it and not say that for whatever reason, whereas I think if Doug Armstrong was in here, he would say otherwise. They had to spin it into we need veteran leadership in the clubhouse, even though you've got Nolan Arenado and you've got Miles Michaelis and you've got Paul Goldschmidt, guys who are in their 30s, and two of whom might go to Cooperstown. But now this year, where Ali Marmol says he's more excited than ever because of the youth. So, I mean, hey, if people want to buy it, be my guest. Doesn't affect my life in any way. I just want to present it to you.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made where they're just wrong or they made bad decisions, too. I
think they were just stuck financially.
Well, yeah, but I think you're giving them almost too much credit being shrewd. I think they felt like...
No, I think this was all about we can get guys for one-year deals. They only have two guys on the books for long-term, in Arenado and Contreras, and they're going to get rid of one of them and probably have to eat the contract. I think they knew they were stuck. That's why I think they did it. I don't think they really thought that it was a true solution to give them higher upside. I really don't. Now, I might be wrong on that, but I looked at those moves last year and I go, they're signing older guys because they can sign them into one-year deals because they know they're in a tough financial situation. I think it would help them to talk about that, even though fans might be irritated by it. I think some fans would appreciate the transparency and also pivoting to a youth movement. As opposed to kind of this, we're going to stay in between and not really have a long-term plan thing, even though that's what they're supposedly trending toward for the upcoming season.
I think the one-year deals fit both. They thought that was a good group of players coming in, just enough. Again, the model that they're embracing pisses people off because it's just to get in, but I also think the one-year model fits because, again, I agree with you on the money side. They know down the road they can't lock too many guys in for big dollars. But the veteran leadership thing, when they talked about that last year, that was largely because of Arenado calling it out publicly, and now Dan O'Dowd saying that about New York. Oh, you can Aaron Judge. Right. That was a real thing. And I think Mozeliak was trying to appease Arenado and others who voiced that, even though none of us thought Lance Lynn was going to be a Cy Young contender. I think they really thought they were patching up, and Matt Carpenter coming back, and then Brandon Crawford. It was random. I'm like, did you really need Brandon Crawford on this team? But I think they really said, okay, Arenado, here you go. And I still don't think he was very happy. He even said it at the end of the year, we need to add on. He's saying it again. To me, the most interesting thing is how this relationship, Arenado and the Cardinals, has just ended in a, not horrific, nobody's calling each other names, but they both are sick of each other. I think it's pretty, that to me is transparent.
That's interesting that you say that. Now, I get the sense that that's the case. Why do you get the sense that that's the case? Because I don't know if anybody said something. The way it's being presented is, Mozeliak, that's the article in the Post-Dispatch today. We want to do something that benefits both of us. He can go play for a contender, and we can have some salary relief. But you think that there's a little more to it?
Yeah, and I think publicly he's stated, hey, we need to add on, we need to do more. I think he has voiced, Arenado has voiced his frustration at times, not going over the top. This is not some sort of major drama playing out like A.J. Brown in Philly, but this is a guy who's been pretty vocal about it. And just talking to enough people, I think both sides are like, yeah, okay, we get it. You want to go somewhere else? Yeah, we're good. You weren't quite what we were thinking anyway, so we're good. And I think Dan O'Dowd, other people in baseball would say that same thing. Like, he wants to go somewhere where there is a strong leadership. I'm not disparaging a guy who is an unbelievable talent, but I don't think he really wants to run or be that veteran guy, and he's almost said it publicly.
And that is something that the Cardinals had within the last decade. See if you can think of who I'm thinking of, who didn't want to be the guy.
Well, I mean, Matt
Jason
Holliday,
Hayward.
I would say Matt Holliday wasn't like a vocal leader.
Right, but Hayward specifically did not want to be the guy, to the point that Adam Wainwright talked about it, and he wasn't being disparaging, I don't think, when he said it, but he just wanted to be in a spot where he could play the game and not necessarily be the guy. So I thought, even though it was a little bit of a throwaway line there with Dan O'Dowd and what we played in the first segment of the show, I think it does speak to he doesn't necessarily want to be the guy. He wants to play the game. And hey, there are plenty of guys who are great players, but might not want to be the guy. And then there are oftentimes, you talked about those teams with the Hall of Famers in the early aughts. Those guys usually weren't necessarily the guys, wearing the metaphorical C on their jerseys. I remember asking Edmund specifically who the leaders on the team. He goes, for the position players, it's Matheny, and for the pitchers, it's Woody Williams. Well, neither one of those guys are going to the Hall of Fame, even though that locker room had at least 4 or 5 Hall of Famers in there. And if Chris Carpenter wouldn't have dealt with injuries, who knows what his career would have looked like. And yet it was those types of players who carried the weight inside the clubhouse. Darryl Kyle, before he passed away, also kind of had that same reputation with the club.
I think that what the Cardinals figured out, too, is Goldschmidt and Arenado, outstanding players, both somewhat quiet, or just not looking to kind of run the show or run the room. And again, you're right. You do have the Dustin Pedroias, the Ben Zobrist, these guys who come along who are just like the perfect glue guys who are not superstars. But I think to have Goldschmidt and Arenado be your superstars at the same time and both just kind of super low-key, which is interesting because I think they appreciate that. The Cardinal model is to kind of have them kind of the clean cut. Nobody's making too many waves. But in this case, I think it hurt him a little bit in the room. I do. I think that, and you got guys like Arenado saying it out loud, we need more veterans. I think Dan O'Dowd talks to a lot of people in baseball, and when he says that about the judge, I think it's true. And I think Arenado might sit here and say, yeah, I don't really want to do that other stuff. I just want to come in and play.
And you can see how time is running out on him. He's 33 now. If he's going to ever even come close to winning a championship, he's got to move along. Because as excited as Marmol says they are about this roster, if you look at it, it's going to be one of the weakest clubs the Cardinals have put on the field in a long time.
Really?
And you consider two of their
nice, Jackson.
2 of their top pitchers. Sonny Gray's 35, Michaelis is 36. They're 4 or 5 years removed from their prime years. I don't think that's going to get better.
See, I call BS on Ollie's line that he's excited about this group. I call BS on that. I think last year, I honestly think Mozeliak thought, hey, with this model, we'll be 87, 88. Maybe we can get in. Maybe we can add. I think they believe that.
But this year, you're calling BS on what he just said on MLB.
Well, being excited about it. You don't want to be a manager that's trading Arenado, a manager that says, who else wants to get out of here?
At the same time, for anybody in here or anybody even listening, if you're in a position where you're interviewed, what are you going to say? This is a mess?
Right.
Can't believe it?
Yeah,
now, speaking to that, at the end of Mozeliak's interview, there was quite a comment, and then Ali Marmol responded to it. We will have that for you coming up. And boy, that was, if you got a chance to see it yesterday, you'll enjoy it. This is probably going to draw the ire of many Cardinal fans. We will have that coming up for you on the program. Text in your thoughts, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And you're welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. You like that term, Doug?
I don't mind it. I'll let it go.
But we never talked to anybody.
Manning the phone line. Well, his filter is strong. 314-974-0101. Our phone lines are brought to you by Collier and Thompson. And we had the email from a loyal listener yesterday. Something about Bear Bryant, if I'm not mistaken, was the name.
What was it? Tusk Tamer?
Yeah, I called Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental the best tusk tamer he's ever seen.
I enjoyed that.
And Doug really liked it. That's 100 West Dental. Let them know you're a TMA listener. You get $1,000 off an Invisalign package when you mention my name. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through it. It's 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. No insurance, that's no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance, and you can can go schedule right now at 100westdental.com. No phone call is needed at all. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Vancouver Canucks right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Bring it to the loo. They've washed their hands.
Julian Tavares actually urinated on him.
That doesn't rhyme, though. I don't think that's.
They wash their hands before they play?
Right. Yeah, and the Tigers didn't, which is why they had a number of E1s in that series.
Was there a letter to sound off that the players weren't washing their hands? Was that an issue at one point?
I think Albert Pujols' undershirt was a problem, as was Marcelo Zuna's neon sleeve.
What was their beef with the undershirt? Because it was a different color?
That's right.
So
stick to the uniform.
So weird.
So I was watching the MLB Network yesterday. This is how they wrapped up the interview with John Mozeliak.
It'd be nice to have that when you call for it.
Right.
Maybe we'll get it.
We have Ali Marmol to end our 2-hour stint of MLB Tonight. He's going to end it. So we're like bookending Cardinal faces, okay? Give me a question I should ask Ali Marmol.
Ask him who will be our 5th starter.
I will.
Isn't he supposed to ask you that question?
Chuckle.
Well, see, I'm not sure yet either. Very fluid, boys. Very fluid.
Nothing gets the fans fired up more than that. Martin doesn't know how to react. Well, here's Ali Marmol when they
did
brought him. Yes,
wow.
absolutely.
I like that's a follow-up.
Yeah.
But I did ask John Mozeliak, your boss, hey, we're going to have Ali on the set.
Okay.
Can you give me a question to ask Ali? So this is the question that John Mozeliak wants the answer from you.
Ask him who will be our 5th starter.
Maybe a laugh.
He's working on that.
I don't know if you guys could hear it listening in the audience, but he said, hopefully he's working on it.
Oh. That's what Ali said?
Yeah. Hold on, one more time.
5th starter.
Hopefully he's working on that.
Gosh.
2025 season is
I would
good.
guess Gordon Graceffo be my guess.
So the president of baseball operations wanted Greg Amsinger to ask Ali Marmol who the 5th starter is. Kind of a surprising question. I think Ali Marmol might have been surprised as well, and his response was, hopefully he's working on it. Doug, here we go.
Okay.
It would have been really funny if Marmol was like Wilson Contreras is going to be our 5th starter.
He's playing outfield, he's playing infield,
Shove it up his backside.
catcher, DH, and now pitching.
And I read they're trying to trade Matz also. Stephen Matz is on the block.
Yeah, I think we've long theorized that Matz would be, well, I think other people in baseball have talked about how he actually might be an attractive option just based on the money.
I got to tell you, if 2025 is going to be the John Mozeliak S-posting and trolling tour to sunset his career, I am here for it. That's from Kevin's brother. His first name is Jack, and then his last name is Demoff. How about that?
Okay.
Eric in the Central West End says, God, they hate each other. Marcia's burner says, honestly, I love that question from Mo. That's from Marcia's burner, and Manute Bowl eligible stays. Come for the baseball, stay for the laughs. I think this will be the 2025 Cardinal marketing campaign.
Well,
That's
now we're up
Manute
to
Bowl
3. Come for the baseball, stay for the laughs. Sitting this one out. It's our intention to try.
The weather delay and the doubleheader, is it pretty easy to brush this one under the rug and focus all the attention on this weekend?
No, this one ticks me off a little bit.
Release the Hoosiers is going to be the highlight of almost every game.
That's the only hope. Yeah, highlight of sports, if you ask me.
Come for the baseball, stay for the laughs. I will say that, and I love Greg Amsinger. Was it him? Was it the panel? That was a very, very hearty laugh for what was not that funny.
All right. I think.
I mean, wasn't a terribly unfunny line, but it wasn't that.
Almost a reasonable question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was even funny. It was, ask him who the 5th starter will be.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Don't know yet.
You got Sonny Gray, you got Miles Michaelis. There's about, $40 million right there.
5th
You
starter
got
comedy.
Fetty. You almost forget that Fetty's here, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you better not, because he's going to get a lot of starts. 5th starter humor is very hot on the circuit right now. You know, Chris Rock has a whole routine on 5th starters.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood, our Malago Tequila listener of the year 2023, says the slogan is, hopefully he's working on it.
Hopefully he's working on it.
Yep. So,
but is this how our manager and GM are communicating from the MLB Network set?
Oh, well.
If you were Ali Marmol, would you be, you want to win, of course, but would you be a little bit relieved that nobody expects anything this year? If you're the coach or manager of a team and nobody has any expectations, there's probably a little bit of a relief, even though you're disappointed you don't have a great squad. Not excited, but deep down relieved.
I think if you had Terry Francona, Bruce Bochy's resume, perhaps, but I think you know that you are in a really tough situation to keep your job. And so you have to go on the MLB network and spin it like he did. And I understand that. I'm not by any means faulting him for that. That probably gives you a little concern beyond next year as far as your long-term place as a manager in the game.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that he's truly excited. I called BS on that.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm saying...
I don't think anybody...
But deep down, are you a little bit like, well... No, I mean, if we win 81 games, people might... See, I did an unbelievable
he's still
job.
a really young man for being a manager, and his long term in the game, he is not getting a great opportunity in 2025. And hey, I'm not saying that he didn't have an opportunity, for example, in 2022. And you can look at that Phillies series, in particular Game 1, and go, hey, maybe that's where he missed his opportunity. But he's not going to really have an opportunity to bolster that resume. Most likely, who knows? Maybe they'll shock the world, but it certainly doesn't look like it at this moment.
I think Doug Armstrong talked about when he was in here, how like when he was in Canada coaching, it was a different vibe than it was when he was in Dallas or in St. Louis. I feel like with Ali Marmol, something similar in St. Louis. Like in a different market, I would agree with you, Martin. Like, yeah, kind of no expectations, kind of free rolling. But in St. Louis, it's kind of the Canada of hockey for baseball, St. Louis. And I think it's a little different here than other places.
That's our slogan. We're the Canada of hockey.
There's a new one.
Nice.
Canada.
I don't mind
do
it.
A little maple leaf.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah.
America's hat. Jackson, I didn't see that.
Oh, it's okay.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is how you can email in to the program. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today, longest running sponsor on TMA, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I'm a client, Doug's a client, Martin's a client. And when it's cold outside, Design Air Heating and Cooling makes sure it's warm inside your home if you have any heating issues. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling with Seth Goldcamp and his service techs, not upselling the customer. They get the job done, they identify it, they fix it, they move on, and they know that once it's fixed, you're going to call them back next time you have to do business because it was such a pleasant experience with no BS at the end going, hey, now sign up for our package and we're just going to take money for you. That's not the way they work. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp and his team, longest running sponsor here on TMA. Our captain's log, Josh Schertz, is going to be in studio in the 10 o'clock hour. If you missed his segment with us, Doug, it's the week you were vacationing in the Hamptons in November. He was in, and it just was a great conversation. So, I mean, if you're like, oh, I don't really care about the Billikens and want to hear about college, it's fine. I understand that. But that's not necessarily the way this guy just kind of comes in and just kind of BS's. This is a great guest. Won a lot of fans over that day, I think. So he will be in the 10 o'clock hour on today's program.
New uniforms for the Billikens that dropped yesterday.
How about that? Did your uniform Twitter account get going?
I know. I should have been on that. But
Good or bad?
I'll give it here good. I like them.
Is that right?
I love script logo. I like doing like a little bit of like a nickname like the Lou. I think that's cool. And black uniform always works, especially with royal blue. I think it's a very solid look.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that blue. I prefer that to like the SLU gray look. I prefer the all black look to the gray look they've gone with before. I think this is a solid all black uniform.
Get endorsement from Jackson on uniforms. That's a big win.
Locally, between SLU, Mizzou, and Illinois, really great basketball uniforms across the board.
Yeah, you know what? Right now,
across the board.
I love what Missouri's doing.
Yeah, agreed.
So you're on board with that?
Yeah, so
that's the Block M.
So I think that both the old traditional look and the newer stuff can both look good. I think they were kind of hitting a wall with their basketball uniforms towards the last couple of years, especially with that yellow uniform they would wear that looked like a track and field uniform. Now they've kind of gotten that under wraps, and I think it looks good. I like it. I mean, it's very Michigan coded, but it's fine.
Coded?
Yeah, I mean,
Michigan coded.
It looks like Fab Five.
It looks like Fab
Five.
Right,
that's the one Chris Webber was wearing when he called the timeout.
Yeah, not a bad team to model yourself after.
Libby Jack, I was just going to say those new Billiken jerseys are fire. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who you say is attractive, but you're not attracted to.
That is the correct description there. Yeah, I agree. I think they're great. I really like them.
Guys, did Piddles just say Jim Montgomery was coaching in Canada? That's from Neil Allen, Craig Paquetti's the former TMA fan page moderator.
You said Doug Armstrong said coaching, and I think he... And I don't
was he not coaching in Canada? He was coaching for Team Canada.
I think Managerial.
Montgomery, but was in Boston.
No, Army.
Armstrong was in studio last
He was talking about the difference in the markets.
You were here too.
I know, and I was listening. Apparently, no one else was.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
my God.
For heaven's sakes.
This guy. Man, you're insatiable.
What a foot in my mouth situation there. I really thought I was doing
What's it going to be like when you see Craig Rutledge today?
He's like a world-class guy, so I'm sure he'll giggle about it, but I feel really bad. Again, I'll buy him some peppermint bark. Or just,
peppermint bark?
Yeah.
Have we satisfied the log this hour for Yuletide banter?
And positivity.
I
feel very festive.
It's kind of a negative, to be honest.
Well, anytime you're
Cardinal talk is
talking
negative.
2025 Cardinals, that's more Scrooge McDuck territory. And we'll eventually, once we get Josh Schertz in here, we'll eventually move into more Yuletide positivity.
Come for the baseball, stay for the laughs. It's our intention to try.
Yeah.
Sitting this one out. Canada of hockey. Hopefully he's working on it. Those are your 5 slogan options.
Guys, I 100% agree with Jackson. The new script logo uniforms for the Billikens are fire, and they need to throw the gray alternates in the garbage. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
Generally, gray alternates in basketball because it's like not quite a home uniform and it's not quite an away uniform. It looks too close
Is there a
to
gray
white.
uniform in the NBA?
Is there a gray uniform in the NBA was the question.
Is there a gray uniform in the NBA?
Nice.
The Spurs obviously use a lot of silver.
Like when you hear the word Spurs, what happens to you?
I've got Spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Do the Nets have a gray one, Jackson?
Ooh, the Nets, they have gone gray before. Good call there, Chairman. The Nets have gone gray. The Nets have certainly gone very minimalistic since their
Point
move to
being,
Brooklyn.
you don't see a lot of gray uniforms in basketball. That's what
You don't want to go through each team, Tim? You don't want to go through.
right there is me cutting it off at the pass. Martin, that was a good read on your
I was going to
part.
go through the Atlantic Division.
If he talked less and played more drops, he'd catch less hell from listeners. That's from our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, January 2023, Beer Cats. And he has Hot Wife Autumn, but she's not texting in. He is texting in.
Does he want the drops or is it Autumn?
Well, you don't need fries.
No.
How about that?
Tom Hart. I don't care what Beer Cats says.
Oh, is that a new drop?
Bad
That was
actor.
from yesterday's
Tom
conversation.
Well, you don't need fries.
No. Tom Hart knows the drop on
like
the
the way-
show.
I just
Did
like the
his
way he
buddy
says
ever
fries.
call in? Paul Hollander ever call in yesterday?
No, and
Wow.
he was. I had some emails from guys who knew Paul Hollander yesterday. Emailed me, yeah, this Paul Hollander. He must be a bandy little rooster dog.
Well, it's a small town.
Yeah, it
You
is.
throw anybody's name out there and we're going to know him.
Paul Hollander, call in and see if you can get through Chairman Kurt's Fortress on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. One of the things that we love doing and have loved doing on TMA for the 20 years the program has been on is getting to know advertisers and then making them as accessible as possible to our audience. And Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage certainly fits the bill. He gives out his cell phone number to make sure that he is as accessible as possible to the listing audience. Here it is, 314-324-4440. Or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and that is why you can give him a call and say, hey, Stewie, I've got a question. I'm looking to buy a home or I'm looking to refinance, and that's where he can help you out. He has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. All you got to do is call his cell phone, and you can talk it over with him. 314-324-4440, or just Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Doug, you wanted a remix, and you got it.
I really did.
Doug, you got a request. Will you please wish Mrs. Licks a happy birthday? That way I can tell her you guys said it, and she'll ask me why I listened to this stupid show.
Well, happy birthday, Mrs. Licks. We hope it's a wonderful one. You don't look nearly as old as you are.
That's nice.
Look, hold on. That doesn't sound good.
Well, you could pass for 25, Mrs. Licks.
How about that?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, how about that?
Okay.
Will there be any of the Mrs.
Listeners?
or crab hammers or whatever? Well, any
Doug
of
is skeptical that anybody in the listening audience has a significant other.
Of the female variety. Yeah.
Hello, Vivian.
We haven't seen a lot of evidence of that.
Sea monster. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program, and you're welcome to get involved on this show. We've been talking about the baseball winter meetings. Steve Cohen did an interview yesterday following the announcement on the Juan Soto agreement, and I would imagine many Cardinal fans will hear this and go, boy, I sure would like to have this. Take a listen if you would.
Hit the lever, plow.
Blame outlook. Blame outlook.
Well, I don't care about the cost side. I mean, I think over time,
But you think, think about this as philanthropic, do you?
I do.
You do?
That's why I bought the team. Okay? Well, that's exactly why I bought the team. And you know, I said in my original press conference, if I can make millions of people happy, how cool is that? And so I actually view it as a civic responsibility. And now, listen, nobody wants to lose money forever and spend money and not have success. And to me, I deem success as not only winning the World Series, getting in the playoffs and winning the World Series. It's also developing like a deep farm system that creates talent over the years, over and over again.
Steve Cohen, worth $20 billion for the record. But he says he views his responsibility as the owner of the Mets as a civic one, and that he sees it as philanthropy because with his money, he can make people happy. And his version of making people happy is spending, taking losses, but spending, and then attempting to be the guy who brought Queens its first world championship since '86.
Yeah. This was Charlie Marlowe's long time. I don't know if he wrote a thesis paper on it, but it was when Kroenke was getting ready to move the Rams, and you'd hear all these different stories about how Stan approached his sports teams. And I was told he would get a ledger every month, and it was all of his different assets, including wineries and whatever, all the different things he owned. And at the bottom, it would tell you each month who was doing well financially. Instead of the standings for Arsenal or the Rams, it was always financial. And Charlie said, remember the old days? The owners were rich guys who made all this money, and then they just wanted to have fun. So the teams were their toys, like Steve Cohen. This is my toy. I love the Mets. I want to win. And at some point, you got owners who ran it as just a business and lost sort of that, hey, I'm a kid. This is my toy. I'm just going to have fun and spend money. Don't care. And it just became business, and that sucks for a fan.
That is so astute. Tip of the cap to you and Chuckles Marlowe, because I think at its core, that is where so much anger comes from. I certainly think social media allows it to expand rapidly, and the anonymity and the negativity. But at the root of it, what you had initially, I guess we can talk specifically with baseball teams as being the most obvious ones, but even like with the families in the NFL, because we saw that locally with the Bidwells going back to the 1980s, for those of you who were around for that these were family businesses. It's still that way with Dean Spanos and Mark Davis, and that actually worked to St. Louis's disadvantage with that situation because their wealth comes from those franchises, and they're not necessarily liquid. Kroenke's liquid, and he could privately finance that building in Inglewood, and therefore that's why they moved. It didn't necessarily have anything to do with St. Louis. If Mark Davis was that guy, he would have been the one going to Los Angeles. So with all of that said, how do people accumulate that kind of wealth to be in a position that they can acquire something as expensive as a professional sports team at this time in American history? And the answer is they built businesses, and therefore they're not going to get away from that philosophy that allowed them to accumulate billions of dollars dollars once they become the owner of a team in most cases. Steve Cohen, however, is obviously an example of someone who does not care about the losses. He wants to make millions of New Yorkers happy by bringing them a world championship, and therefore he becomes their hero. And that's what you got going on.
And he made his fortune in a little bit shady way. Founder of hedge fund Point72 Asset Management and SAC Capital Advisors, which closed after pleading guilty to insider trading and other financial crimes. He agreed to pay $1.8 billion in fines in one of the biggest criminal cases ever against a hedge fund.
Was this like Axe from Billions?
They say Cohen loosely inspired the character Bobby Axelrod on the Showtime series.
Anybody watch Billions? Anybody nurse? No, Jackson did, of course. Good or bad?
Good.
Wow, you like that, Martin?
It was a long good.
Good. That wasn't just good. That was
Paul
good.
Giamatti can do no wrong. Where has he ever been bad? Someone provide me an example. Can't.
Well, I don't know. I was worried about Cohen making money kind of in a shady fashion.
Well, this shifted quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
When you activate Jackson in film, and that's what's going to happen, Martin.
MLB owners had to approve Steve Cohen, and I would love to know now how many of them say, oh, man, we had some questions about whether it was the right thing to do, and now he's just clocking us by spending his money. I guarantee some of them are thinking, boy, I wish he wouldn't have been in. But voted it. Mark Cuban was an example. When he got the Mavericks, he was just a rich guy who loved basketball. And I think the first thing he did, he said he was going to redo the whole locker room so that the Mavs had the coolest, and they got a new plane, and it was just like a toy.
Yeah.
He wanted to win, and he wanted to spend money.
Yeah. So it just depends on, are you the Kroenke guy? And I realize Kroenke carries with it the most negative connotation. I don't think that's limited to St. Louis. I don't think he's necessarily revered. Obviously, the Arsenal situation overseas is another one, but I don't think he's necessarily revered. He is in Los Angeles, but across sports as the guy, although he certainly has had success with the Avalanche, the Nuggets, and the Rams here in the last 5 years. Or are you going to be the Steve Cohen, Mark Cuban guy? Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, is back, and he says that is literally baseball's fundamental problem and why the league is broken. There are not enough billionaires to make baseball fair, and there is no will from owners or the Players Association to change the cap situation. And that's the thing. You can dislike John Mozeliak and the way that he handles things, but you know what? I do with it what you want. I can't speak for everybody. I actually like the guy, and I think he's in a tough spot. Doesn't mean I agree with some of the moves or the manner with which things have been handled, but I can like the guy, and I do like the guy. And he was on yesterday, and we played a couple of the clips, and one of the things is when he was asked about the Soto signing, is this audio that we do have, Jackson? And if not, it's my fault for not having it. Let's see. About the bottom line is, and he said this, but he wasn't really being aggressive with it. The bigger issue isn't necessarily the dollars. The issue is that only 4 or 5 teams were really competing for Juan Soto, and it's the same 4 or 5 teams over and over. But then you go, then people who are paid by baseball, and I understand it. When October rolls around, goes, anything can happen. Look, who saw the Diamondbacks and Rangers coming? Anything can happen. Could the Diamondbacks and Rangers go out and win 100 games? No. Will the Dodgers win 100 games? Most likely. You know, I mean, we can already do that, but then the championship is decided by best of 3s and best of 5s in the odyssey that is, and so therefore it's justified. But yeah, that's the core issue. It's as simple as that. People might not like it, or they may have been spun into believing that a salary cap is somehow socialism or whatever, and then therefore that wins people over who just have an automatic vomit reflex to it. But that's the core issue with baseball, and it's only getting worse. So,
but the playoff system is maybe the one and only way they can level the playing field.
So I get it, and also then they can make more money by expanding it and then keeping damn near everybody in it, because you can be around 500 and still be in the mix all the way up into the final week of the season.
I mean, this was the discussion with Ed Herman last week. The NFL, because you pool that money, you can be Green Bay, Kansas City, and you can compete with L.A. You can compete with New York. Think about the Lakers and Bucks. Who has a better chance to win? On any given year, Bucks could be right there with the Lakers, and the Brewers and Dodgers. Can they look across the table and say, we have every chance to be just as good as you? 0% chance. It's just not true.
So they have to be the organization that finds the talent, develops it, and then after the number of years that those players are under control, watch them go to basically LA or New York. Boston and Chicago can be live. Jackson, what business do we have to tend to? Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I was texting with Mark, or emailing with Mark yesterday. I just can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And when it comes to communicating with our audience members with regard to our sponsors, getting a financial advisor is just so important. And it's one of those things that I would imagine if many of you are in my spot, you got to your 40s and you're going, man, why didn't I do this when I was in my 20s? And compound interest. Doug, you always say it's the seventh wonder of the world.
Well, yeah, I've said that many, many times. Too many to count, really.
Do you have a drop of that, Jackie?
Yeah, I said it so many times. But to get it going early on, and I think if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're going, well, how can I possibly set aside, but it doesn't matter, even just $50 a month and what that can do for you at a young age, and then get to the essential personal business model of saving money. But with Mark, it's not a one size fits all. He cares about the individual client and then customizes a plan specifically for them. He loves listening to people's stories and their goals and then helping them reach those goals. Call 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. John Kelly is going to join us coming up. Blues and Canucks pregame here on 101 ESPN, 8 p.m. tonight. It's our 8:15 Blues conversation every day on 101 ESPN that is set up with 101 ESPN being the Blues partner on the radio side. John Kelly joining us next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest. I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep. Chambers, you my boy. Yeah, the
Yes, when you think of the 2011 Cardinals, Doug, Adrian Chambers.
Yeah, because he was such a huge part of that team.
Comeback win against the Cubs.
Number 56?
I don't know.
Does that sound right?
Ooh, I think that might be right.
I'm good with
Nice win
numbers.
for you, Jackson.
I'm
It's a
good
nice
with
win for
numbers.
you. Fisher Window Endorsed, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt filtering calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can get involved in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. I was wrong. John Kelly is with us at 9:30. I'm used to the dossier being on my laptop, and then because my email's been down, Doug, I have this version of the dossier. I'll be honest with you, I'm not used to it. That's on me, and I want to take responsibility and blame Jackson. So that's kind of how I like to lead.
I thought you might pin it on the insatiable Craig Rutledge.
Damn it. The Western Canada run, it's got these boys, that's a 2-hour time difference.
Absolutely.
So
Unless John Kelly's up super early in the morning.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be calling us at 6:15 Vancouver time.
Yeah.
We did gloss over from the dossier first hour. Should we outlaw a Q-zip under a sport coat? That was on the
I see that, Jackson. What is that about?
So Steve Cohen in that clip we played is wearing, he's got a dress shirt. I'm going from chest out. Dress shirt.
Sure.
Quarter zip over the dress shirt, and then sport coat over all of that.
It's kind of a
layers.
Welsh look.
He's
Welsh look.
I think it's a really bad look. I think it's a really weird look.
It's a Welsh look.
Maybe if you have $23 billion, you have so many clothes, it's hard to wear them all, so you just wear them all at the same time.
But layers? Yeah, that's
so many clothes.
Yeah.
Just keep putting it on.
What logic is that? Like, you're just going to keep.
Tie.
Yeah.
Where's the ascot?
No,
keep it coming.
Yeah, like I wear my sweatpants, but I also wear khakis under them.
That's
what
right.
sense does that make? Like, I think it's a really.
I'm trying to picture that now.
Yeah, it's a really weird look.
Or Thursday, you and I both wear khakis and sweatpants at the same time.
So you wear the khakis over the sweatpants. I'll wear the khakis under it. We'll see which looks better.
Yeah.
I just don't. I think the quarter. I know it's like a wealth look. I watched Succession, and I think it's a bad look.
Oh, do you?
I think a puffy vest is a better money look to me.
A puffy vest.
Like, a nice clothes and then like a puffy vest over that.
I think the vests have become less puffy. You're picturing like Costanza, right?
I'm not talking about Gore-Tex. I'm talking about like a
not talking Gore-Tex, Tim.
Like a moderately
not talking
puffy.
Gore-Tex at all.
Moderately puffy. Just enough
puffy.
to.
Do you ever
That's how I
talk
could be
Gore-Tex?
described.
Seldom. Is Gore-Tex a textile we use that often anymore?
Textile.
Your
vernacular is interesting.
I wasn't
apparently
prepared
not
for the textile conversations.
Hey, is this housekeeping? And we take care of housekeeping on the air, just
I'll
like all
allow
the
for
great shows.
housekeeping.
Usually I can look up at the monitor above Jackson because right now I can see that he's fading into the sun.
I know what you're
And I
talking
see
about.
that on the YouTube channel, youtube.com, TMASTL,
There he goes.
242 Friends of the Feather in there. But usually the YouTube chat is up on that monitor, and while there is an active YouTube chat, Tom Logan's in there talking to Don Pepe and Chester McNaughton and Jackson's drop auditor. It's not showing up on the monitor, and so I can't read the YouTube comments today. And I was wondering if that had to do with, was it the L drive being down and the insatiable Craig Rutledge?
Now they're up. Hey,
nice job, Jackson.
Okay.
It's like getting the closed caption when you're watching a film.
Absolutely.
I'm more
That's how I
concerned
had to
by
watch Peaky Blinders.
the delay is on here, and it drives me. You look up, and it'll be Doug having a sip of coffee. I'm like, he's not drinking coffee.
No,
it was 30 seconds ago. It's all on a delay. This show's on a delay.
You can get involved on the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. MD2020 says, we need to be seen. He's exactly right. I couldn't agree more with that. We got Battlehawks news?
Yeah. I kind of like this story.
All right, well, then go ahead. Tell the people.
Reports out that Anthony Beck could be in line to be the next head coach at West Virginia.
That's an Adam Schefter tweet.
I kind of like that for him. He played at West Virginia, first-round pick, coached a little bit in that AAF. It was actually Mike Martz who put him on his staff in San Diego. What was that team, Doug? The Alliance League in San Diego. They were the Storm? No, the Fighting Missiles?
I don't remember.
The Fighting Missiles.
I was thinking of military in San Diego. So Anthony Beck, your Battlehawks coach, is a candidate to be the head coach at West Virginia. If I were him, he's gotten into coaching. Martz told him, get out of TV, do coaching. He's had success with the Battlehawks. But if you want to get into where the big money is, become a head coach at your alma mater?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that it's going to happen, but if I don't want Battlehawks fans are going to be upset about this, but I hope for him he takes the gig. I think that's a good spot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those jobs pay $3-4 million a year. Most of them, don't they?
I would think he also wants to get to the NFL, and maybe you can do that if you have a little bit of success at West Virginia. So that's in play, we shall say.
He has interviewed for the job. He has interviewed for the job. They fired Neil Brown, and now Anthony Beck is live to be the next West Virginia coach. He had the falling out with A.J. McKernan.
A.J. can come back.
And now A.J. McKernan can come back.
Oh, he could, yeah.
Be the face
player
of St. Louis.
coach. He could be the player coach.
Which former St. Louis football adjacent athlete would you like to see coach the Battlehawks?
You didn't have to say adjacent.
I like that.
Well, they might have played.
Just let people know this is kind of the NPR of sports talk radio.
They might have played for the Big Red. They might have played for the Rams.
Ricky Prohl.
They might be from St. Louis.
Ricky Prohl's probably the play.
I'd like Jackie Smith. Hi, I'm Jackie Smith. I'd like him to be the coach.
Okay.
Sing the anthem before the game and then coach
do
him
it
up.
all?
Coach him up.
What about Janoris Jenkins? Can I offer you Janoris Jenkins?
I don't know.
He would hold people accountable, both on Twitter and on the locker room.
Isn't he
probably.
still playing somewhere?
No, he's very critical of Daniel Jones, former New York Giants quarterback.
Yeah, he kind of ran him out of town. He started that campaign. He's been on that for a while. So
And
I think
apologize. I was going to text. I got his number, Janoris. I was going to text him and say, we're big fans in St. Louis. Would you come on the show?
Do you think Mike Martz would be interested in a job like that, just to kind of dip his beak a little bit?
When you hear Martin exhale like that, he is in the tank mentally thinking.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I think he'd be intrigued by the idea of just like run it back one more time at the Dome, walking the sidelines. But
I would think he'd have fun with that. Yeah. It's not like it's a 12-month-a-year, 18-hour-a-day job anymore, I don't think.
Right. And I think that's why a lot of these coaches, I mean, look at Bob Stoops. What's he doing in this league? Even Wade Phillips, I think they like it because it's a pretty limited schedule. You do have a couple of months in Arlington where you're in training camp, but I think Martz would probably pass. I think Ricky Prohl, who was a coach with Carolina, with the Panthers for a number of years, somebody like that, maybe. And if I were the Battlehawks, I mean, to me, you got to get somebody who moves the needle. Beck kind of won everybody over by being so available and doing multiple interviews. I mean, he tried. He busted his ass to make it work.
He was in this building constantly.
Yeah, he really worked at it. I think it would be a home run to get a name person because you're not going to know the players largely. You're just not. McKernan was a bonus because you heard of him. So I don't know. I have no idea if Ricky Prohl would want to do it. Hazlitt was supposed to be the original.
Oh, yeah, he'd be good, too.
But he had a surgery or something. He couldn't get out of it. So then it was Jonathan Hayes. Jonathan Hayes, who didn't seem to be too interested in doing any of it.
And Hazlitt's probably pushing 70 himself.
I don't think he would do it this time around, but the first time it was supposed to be him. And then when they redid the whole league, he ended up in Seattle, of all places. But I think Ricky Prohl, I'm trying to think who else is in the coaching
I'll
world.
tell you this. If you are somebody who wants to get into coaching, like Beck might get that job, what him getting the West Virginia job, if it were to happen, now just because he interviewed doesn't mean you're going to get it. I would imagine they're going to be interviewing 5 to 6 people. That then helps legitimize the league and potentially bring people in who otherwise may not have done it. If it's a pipeline to getting one of those absurd Power 4 college football contracts.
Similar to like Taylor Heineke going from XFL to the NFL, it can be, if you show that you can be a springboard, it will bring other people into it who might not have even played football.
Yeah, it's interesting because we always talk about it as a springboard for players, but if it becomes that way for coaches, maybe you do get some name people who are not out there.
Had an opportunity to go into the NFL and didn't.
That's right.
That was the only chance I had to go in and didn't go. And when I take a pay cut to go, which was hard to do at that time, that was a big part of it, to be honest with you, because, you know, Mike and Arenado had kind of taken off. And I would have to take a pay cut to do it, to take the job I was offered. But it was, I mean, if I had done it, I think I would have done well in the NFL. But I don't think, you know, but at the time, I decided to stay here.
What would he have done?
I just appreciate his honesty.
He would have done pretty well.
Hey, Doug, I'm thinking of liquidating my children's 529 accounts to self-fund my Series B round of finance and Second Life Sibians. Do you think this is a shrewd business move, or is the market starting to fizzle? That's from Deke Dotem. I know you've bought up a good amount of Sibian stock.
I sold it, Timmy. I sold it.
So you think this wouldn't be a good time for Dotem to liquidate his children's 529s?
No, I wouldn't think it would be. I would hang in there.
We're doing a little Dave Ramsey show here today.
We finna be rich. What we need to do is get a hedge fund. That's how all these people are billionaires at young ages, right?
And then we buy the Cardinals.
What are we waiting for?
We buy the Cardinals. Juan Soto would be wearing the birds on the bat. Mm-hmm. And guess what? The team would wear Navy caps on the road.
Oh.
Be the first order of business.
What do you have to do to get a hedge fund? What's the first step?
Chase this dough and get money.
There you go. There's our jingle. We got a jingle anyway.
What did Bryce Harper sign for? Was he $300 million?
Crowdsourcing.
He's got called up by your ally.
Because I do feel like that was one player, and I don't know that he would ever come here, but at the Cardinals at the time, you bring him in, that's a centerpiece.
$330 million, Martin. The deal was in 2019. 13 years, $330 million.
Doesn't that seem like a relative bargain now, where a guy's getting
comparatively speaking, Ohtani
65? Yeah, I mean, that's a guy. And could you afford it? You could afford anything. So I think that's one where maybe you just kind of go past your puke point. Remember, that was the Mike Gersh line where they had a puke point where they would get to on any contract or any player trade, and then you would say, "That's we can't go any further than that." That's one who's worked out, I think, largely as a big-time signing. I mean, you think the Mets will regret this 5, 6, 7 years from now?
At some point they will, sure.
If, however, for Cohen, it really does not matter, then he doesn't care because there's no cap and he can keep just pissing it away. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It regrets when you have financial restraint based on your revenue side or if there is a cap. And for him, it's like, okay, we're going to light it on fire, and then there's another guy who comes along. And who will be the next Juan Soto, by the way, with a contract? Is there anybody that's obvious out there?
Acuna?
I think he's locked up, right? Acuna's locked up. Betts is locked up.
Tatis is locked up.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's... the Harper contract was one we knew was coming 5 years ago.
Gorman?
Probably not.
I'm trying to think who's...
Newt.
Yeah.
No,
I'm kind of surprised Newt hasn't got one of those deals.
Judge is older, though. Like, he can't get a 15-year deal or anywhere close to that.
They are mad in the YouTube chat that Jackson... who cares? We're doing a program. Don't worry about it, Chairman Kurt. We'll tend to it. They were concerned for Jackson in the YouTube chat.
He can't see.
I've been shielding.
Yeah, he's holding up. Do you see that, Martin? He's holding up like he's a wealthy lady at the polo grounds.
I was gonna say I've always wanted to have an umbrella in the shade of an umbrella on a hot sunny day, and this is kind of it.
You're eating an egg salad sandwich, but you're holding up something to block the sun as you're sitting out back on the patio at the club.
I feel like I'm at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Strawberries and cream.
Let's see. You can get involved in the program. Many are choosing to do so by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines. That number is 314-974-0101 in the YouTube chat, where they are very concerned. Jackson has the complexion of a vampire. Somebody has to do something.
I have very fair skin. I've tried getting tan. It doesn't work. It's really bad when the sun is blaring down on me.
Jackson's drop auditor. Martin has a question. Doug, he's raised his hand.
I'd like to just interject. I have an Alliance update.
Oh.
Chris May, the Billikens athletic director, is enjoying the show, and he said, love Jackson's uniform convo. He appreciated the athletic director at the University of St. Louis U appreciates you supporting the Billiken uniform. He said, enjoying the convo with Jackson.
No, that's good to hear. I mean, look at this further credibility. You might have some people in this audience who might be coming after you, but you got the athletic director of St. Louis University on your side.
Thank you, Mr. May. I
doffed that off. He just doffed his cap.
But I'll always be honest, too. If I don't think a uniform looks great, I'll be honest about it. It could be one of my favorite teams. It can be one of the teams I dislike. I don't like Kansas's uniforms. I've been very upfront with that.
But is it because it's Kansas?
Controversial take for a Mizzou guy in St. Louis.
I don't like the shoes the Jayhawk wears. I think it's a little much. They wear those little yellow shoes. It looks like crap.
Oh gosh.
Adidas uniforms in general. Although Louisville has a nice little uniform set.
Don't say little uniform set.
We got into the Louisville uniforms right
now. I regret the Alliance update.
Yep. Now Jackson's feeling himself now that he's got the athletic director at St. Louis U on his side. Speaking of which, Josh Schertz is going to be in studio with us in the 10 o'clock hour. I don't know if he's going to stick around to vote for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today.
I think he should.
I'd like to see his reaction to an email from Deke Dotem, Doug. I think that'd be a great way to say, welcome to St. Louis and good luck against Illinois State on Sunday. Here's a little message from Deke Dotem and his Sibian business. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team's here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. The IRC builds the unwavering determination to thrive beyond the shadows of the past. So whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt has left the studio. He's tending to business. Maybe he's doing one of his signature TikToks, Doug.
Maybe he got a call from Craig Rutledge.
The insatiable.
Seems insatiable. Yeah.
You're welcome to call in, but nobody will be able to answer it for the time being at 314-9. Oh, you can just put them right on?
Well, I could.
You can call and talk to Jackson Burkett at 314-974-0101.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
If you call in, I'll pick it up.
About that?
I mean, I'll have to I'll be talking in a very.
Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, Jackson has to play the drops, use his vernacular into the microphone, and answer the phone. Standing by. Here we go. What's that number, Tim?
That's 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Yeah, so I'll have to huddle over and answer quietly.
Oh, you're gonna
turn
go
my
private.
mic off.
Yeah.
I kind of have to go private. That's why it's easier for Chairman Kurt to do it. But in a pinch, I can always be there.
It might be interesting for the listeners if they could hear the conversation that you have.
Yeah.
Just kind of eavesdrop in on what goes on.
Well, in a vacuum, I would agree. It kind of defeats the purpose of the filter if then you can just, if there is no filter.
Deke Dotem is in the YouTube chat. So if you want to get a chance to talk to Deke Dotem, he's in there. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. And you'll get a chance to meet the TMA crew on Thursday night at Hot Shots for the TMA Christmas party. Join the Morning After crew at the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh for a TMA Christmas party. And please bring a new unwrapped toy for our toy drive December 12th, this Thursday from 7 to 9 p.m. The toys are going to Annie's Hope. Doug is going to be dressed up as Santa, and you're giving out presents every 10 minutes, like Blues tickets, signed Blues pucks, and then concert tickets for the big concerts coming up next year, including Post Malone and Jelly Roll and Kendrick Lamar and SZA. So, I mean, this every 10 minutes, Doug's giving out prizes. And you get to sit on his lap and take pictures with the audience. How great is that going to be?
I'll be busier than a one-arm paper hanger.
This,
are you really dressing as Santa, or is this a bit we're doing?
I don't know. I got to work on
that's what the copy says.
I don't have a suit.
Didn't we have Copy wants to come down to McGurk's and have a free breakfast, and people got there and it was $10? I think we misled the audience on a St. Patty's Day down the road. Vlad Guerrero Jr. will be a free agent next year. He might get some big dollars. I mean, not Soto dollars.
Not Soto dollars, right?
I don't know if anybody's in that grouping. How was that phone call, Jackie? Off air only?
It went well. Both of them. We got a couple folks.
How'd it go? What do they want to talk about with you?
It's just, first of all, seemed very, jovial. Like they were very excited to talk.
Doug, our audience has always been.
Okay. They don't want to talk to us?
They do. Oh, yeah, they're on hold.
Oh, they are?
All right.
Or you're texting Tim.
Well, yeah, I'm getting.
He's right there. You could probably just say Bill's on line one.
Right,
Bill.
No, Bill is not on. Fred, not on the line.
Caller Buzz is on the line, I see.
No.
And Caller Buzz won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the month. Was that June 2023?
I don't know the months, Tim.
Good morning, Caller Buzz. You are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hi, Tim. Hi, Doug.
Hello,
Hi, Buzz.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, Buzz.
It was June. It was when the doctor took me to the concert, and he drank my wife's breast milk.
Doug?
Why did you feel the need to bring that up now?
Well, he was refreshing TMA listeners' memory, and 101 listeners are starting to learn some of the people who are active on the program, and so that's Buzz's historical context.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to call in and say hello. I'm on the gauntlet, so Doug, we're kind of seeping into the other shows. Are you proud of that?
I don't like any seeping. No.
So I took down Carrie and I took down Anthony, so I'm on a roll. So I'm going to give you a shout out on the gauntlet, Doug.
That's not easy to do. Caller Buzz.
Yeah, it was random on Anthony, so I got lucky there. It was like when the coral reef the Great Barrier Reef was found. Do you know the year, Doug?
No.
Okay, it was in the 1700s. But
are you like Dan Orlovsky? Are you on every show?
Yeah, I'm getting around. I have my hits.
Okay.
I'm the official furry correspondent of 101 ESPN.
No, are you a furry yourself?
Well, I had coitus with a girl with the Truman head on. So
Martin, Caller Buzz was Truman the Tiger down in Colombia for a period of time.
I don't know if I would announce that.
That's a big honor.
I was half furry, half man, full lover.
Yeah, like I said.
What was your Mizzou era?
I was 2012 to 2016. So I saw 2 SEC championships.
Oh, yeah.
Matty Mock, the Columbia Beaver.
Matty Mock and Tim Below, man, was wild.
So you were on the field when Henry Josie busted loose to take Mizzou all the way to the SEC title game?
Yeah, A&M. That was a great game.
That's my
but
favorite
the basketball
Mizzou
was just as bad. That basketball period was horrible.
Okay. That was the Kim Anderson
I think we
era?
lost. Yeah, we lost to UMKC, I believe, at home.
Yeah.
Did you and the kangaroo fight?
We don't talk about that.
No, but I got in a dance-off with that BYU Tiger, and he is an athlete. And I am just a chubby man that drinks a lot of beer, and I got smoked.
Oh, I thought you were a little doughy.
Isn't BYU a cougar?
Yeah, it is a cougar. It's kind of like a Brio. Caller Buzz, anything else going?
Yeah, I do want to say I like watching you guys be the stepdads of 101. Like you're like banging the mom and the new kids call and they're like,
what?
Look at my dead bug collection. And you guys have to be like, that is so cool, Johnny. And they talk about like the Chiefs O-line and stuff. I love seeing that.
World.
God, I hate agreeing with you in any form.
All right, boys, I love you. Bye.
Okay, wonderful. This is why the phone lines are poison.
I think the phone lines are wonderful. It allows listeners to interact with us live on the air. And caller Buzz, he's a Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. I mean, this guy's got mad credibility.
Okay.
Jackson, Andy Crouppen is here.
Yes.
He's a title sponsor of the program. He's going to be with us. Martin, maybe you can argue with him about the salary cap. I bet he's going to take your side. He likes to spar with Ed as well. So I think he's going to take your side. That's what I think.
And that was a week ago.
That was pre-Juan Soto 765.
And Ed's premise was baseball is more balanced and you have more of a chance to win even than the NFL, that the NFL is an illusion that there's parity because there are so many teams who have never, in fact, won the Super Bowl. And I blame that on incompetence. The Detroit Lions, the Chicago Bears, they've all got plenty of money. They're just not very good at it.
Detroit Lions silver uniforms.
And do you have a problem with that?
Yeah.
What do you do?
They're really kind of more blue with silver helmet.
Yeah, but they
do sometimes bring out the silver, right?
Yeah, it's like the full hefty bag, and I don't think that's a great look.
You don't like the Lions uniform?
I do like when they go all blue with the silver helmet.
Oh, yeah,
I think
that's
that's
great.
Very sharp. Mm-hmm. But I'm the all gray one.
And your least favorite uniform in the NFL is the Ravens?
No. Least favorite. I hate what the Browns do with the orange. Get rid of the orange.
I mean, it's their color.
Orange helmet, but not orange pants.
It's interesting. You don't like Tennessee and you don't like the Cleveland Browns.
But I like the color.
like Ricky Fowler on a Sunday?
Well, that's a little much.
Okay, I'm starting to pick up a pattern here with the orange thing. And you don't like Ireland.
That's not true.
You don't like the Irish. You sound like Longshanks.
Also
the problem with Scotland is it's full of Scots. Doug Braveheart, 1995.
I don't know the years.
Best picture?
Ask me the years.
You said Braveheart's bad?
Yep.
Wow, that's controversial. That feels maybe Irish, Scottish. That whole
starting to see it. He's starting to see it. I'm telling you, there's something going on here, Martin.
Ever dislike a Woody Allen film?
Yeah, sure. I have some movie. He's made a lot of duds. He's also made Annie Hall. So
there's that.
So there's
what about
that.
Manhattan?
I don't know if I've ever seen that picture.
Black and white. Meryl Streep. She's young.
Hey, you want to listen to Jackson break down film? You can go to the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app, and that's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and his team. At SchaeferDoor.com, they set up a number for TMA listeners for you to have direct access. Here it is. Call it or text it, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They also service commercial doors as well. Go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com or call or text. The number set up specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. They're the sponsor of the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Download them both, and you can listen to the program anytime you would like. And all of the programs on 101 ESPN, where caller Buzz is making his way through the gauntlet on the fast lane. And in the YouTube chat, they said caller Buzz got lucky. I would like to hear the audio. I wonder how he got lucky.
Yeah, I find that good for caller Buzz.
Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Only one NBA game last night, but you know I'm going to talk about it. The Knicks defeat the Raptors last night, 113-108. Karl Anthony Towns with a hero performance, 24 points and 15 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Is this Andy Krupin's music? You don't have headphones in.
He has entrance music?
Yeah, he's got entrance music. Here
I
it is.
don't have headphones.
Andy Krupin, Brown and Krupin, presenting sponsor of TMA here on 101 ESPN with Jackson playing his entrance music. And it was just something I think you would really, really enjoy.
I don't know.
What did I come into? Kendrick Lamar?
March Madness by Future.
Okay, all right, I'll take it.
Swaggy.
Yeah. Martin, we were talking about some legal issue, but we couldn't remember what it was. We wanted Andy's insight. And then Martin and Ed last week, Ed Herman of Brown and Krupp and Andy, got into a debate over baseball versus football. And Martin, your position was baseball what?
Well, I stumbled in debate, guy, with Ed, who likes to debate, guy. And I mentioned, we were talking about the disparity in baseball, the money that's flying around, how there's just teams that can't compete. And I said, you look at the NFL, every team gets that huge check. They can legitimately compete. And he said, that's an illusion. It's not true. The Lions have never won a Super Bowl. The Vikings never won. The Bills have never won. And he pointed out, the Arizona Diamondbacks can make a run to the World Series. There is the randomness of the postseason. But I said, in Green Bay, you can sign the best player in the NFL. In Kansas City, you can keep Patrick Mahomes. The Royals, although they did lock up Bobby Witt, for the most part, the big teams with the big money always have an advantage because they can get the best players. But he disagrees. So
that's a hot button issue for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the cap.
No, and if you start talking about the Yankees and how much they spend.
Well, that's kind of where I think this is all based.
You think this is a personal?
He's a Yankee guy.
Big time. Yeah. Hard to be a Yankee guy this year.
Yeah, and so if he came in here today having lost out on Soto, maybe he would say, you're right, this system sucks. It's not fair. Not fair to the Yankees. But his overall debate is if you look at the history of the baseball postseason, more teams randomly have had some measure of success than in the NFL. And I blame that on incompetence. The Bears, the Lions, they've got tons of money. They just made terrible coaching decisions, terrible quarterback decisions. But I think they actually truly, if you're a fan of those teams most years, they have a chance. They're not buried. And whereas most baseball teams now, they're not going to sign Juan Soto. They're not going to.
It's harder.
Yeah.
It's much harder.
So that was the genesis. I feel like that's probably a coffee talk down at the BNC headquarters. I feel like this has come up before.
A little bit. It's refreshing because all I hear at home is, it's the end of the Eras tour, so I'm getting a lot of Taylor Swift.
Wow. Your family's upset by that it's over?
So my wife was in Vancouver seeing one of the last shows.
Is that right?
Taking up the Blues Hotel.
So the Blues had to stay in Edmonton an extra few nights because there were no hotels available in Vancouver where they play the Canucks tonight.
It's insane what happens in cities. I went to Kansas City, and it's like you couldn't go anywhere without seeing Swifties. It's everywhere. And so anyway, my wife's there, and the other night she comes home, and on Saturday I was with my oldest daughter. I was like, what's wrong? She's like, nothing. I was like, what's wrong? I know you. Something's wrong. You just seem a little down. She's like, well, it's the end of the Eras tour, and, I'm just going to miss it. I mean, it consumes their life. They're on these, apps where they're guessing what she's going to wear, and
so that's what so even though they're not at the concert, it is still part of life.
Oh, they're watching live streams. There are these apps that you guess and get points for what she's going to wear and what songs it's insane. And if you really think about it, I was talking to her about this. This is, if you are, I feel like I lived through this with the early days of hip hop. I was born in the 80s, and that was the music I listened to. And at the time, I didn't realize how good I had it. As you get older and you realize, wow, I lived through the creation of something really, really special. I was there. I was at the right age at the right time, and I was trying to explain to her, like, this is not normal. What just happened? This is one of the longest tours that ever happened. When you talk about, and I hate to switch from sports on a sports show back to Taylor Swift, but I guess,
anything and everything is welcome.
She is the NFL, right? When you talk about her, I think there are only 3 other names that you can put in that conversation: Michael Jackson, Elvis, and the Beatles. And then, it's really remarkable what, from just a pop culture standpoint, what we just witnessed. It is really incredible.
There's no denying it. I've always asked, what makes her so much different than the other top female pop singers? She doesn't have a big personality, really. And most people say, well, she writes her own songs. Well, who cares who writes the songs? Good on her for doing it.
I don't get it.
I don't understand what made her this ultimate superstar. The other guys, 3 you just mentioned, they were different. They did things that had never been done before. But she doesn't, really, does she?
I don't know. Listen, the music is very catchy. She has got a lot of hits. I don't know. She struck a nerve. I went to one of the shows. I don't know if any of you did. And I've never seen anything like it. It was in Kansas City at, where was it, Arrowhead, I guess, and packed. And I've never seen, 60,000+ people on their feet, screaming, crying, dancing, singing every lyric for 3.5 hours. It just, it was remarkable.
What's the age group? Is it mostly teenage girls?
No, it's...
Well, don't get mad about it. I'm just wondering.
No, it really isn't. It's men, it's women, it's older, it's younger. It's shocking. It really...
And it seems like she had been around about 10 years or before she really all of a sudden
something
blew up.
happened. Yeah. I don't know if it was COVID, like good timing, her music. I don't know. It is a remarkable cultural phenomenon that should be studied, will be studied.
Yeah. Jackson, I really want your perspective on this. I know you don't have a microphone, but if you don't
just
mind,
scribble on a board.
Yeah, well,
that's right.
I'd be curious.
Do you speak
ASL?
I think a big part of it is she's spanning now, to Doug's point about how long she's been in it, multiple generations where people my age who were in their teenage years a little less than 10 years ago, then you have people 10 years older than that and 10 years younger than that. So you've got like 30 years of generations who love her music. If you remember, like Kanye took that award from her like 15 or 16 years ago.
Correct.
And she was already super famous then. And when you can strike a chord and, it's a copycat kind of world, everyone listens to Taylor Swift, you kind of bond over that. You create a real creation, a real parasocial relationship.
Don't say parasocial. Don't come with that stuff.
Like a deep connection to her. And I think actually writing her own songs is a big part of that because it's her actually telling her own story as opposed to here's another hit from this producer. She's making her own music. She's also kind of mobilized her fans when she's done her own version so she can own her own masters, the Taylor's version of it.
Yeah, do you think that was a big part of it?
Yeah, I think that puts people like on her team. There's a controversy. There's a bad guy, which is the corporation, and a good guy, which is Taylor Swift. And I think that all of that encompassing makes a very rabid, dedicated fan base.
Now get back over here and tell me what you think about the new Kendrick Lamar album, which is way more interesting.
Is there a parasocial connection?
I think rap beef has gotten crazy because social media decides winners regardless of this, that, the other. I like the album, though. I thought it was good. I really like the song with SZA.
That's it?
Andy was looking for more.
Wow.
Yeah, my God. We'll have to talk some other time. I don't know if we have time. We used to have way more. We could have gone an hour on rap beef 6 months ago, but... it's good. I think it's one of the greatest albums to come out in the last 20 years.
Why don't you write a diss track about Jackson?
Yeah, you would write a diss track about Jackson.
I just might.
That actually might happen from our audience now. Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, title sponsor of this presentation. Go online at brownandcrouppen.com or one of the greatest phone numbers, 314-222-2222. There you go.
I think people think they're calling Fox, too. No offense. When they
That's right. We get a lot of breaking news.
They call it 2-2-2-2. Like, yeah, tell Kilcoyne he got the score wrong. Like, this is Brown and Crouppen. Well, I dialed all twos.
Andy, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for coming in.
And talking Taylor Swift.
That's and then going after Jackson and now writing a diss track on Jackson.
I'm going to have to. I got it. Lyrics in my head.
Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor here on TMA. Family Golf is a longtime sponsor on the program, and you might be going family golf in the middle of winter. What are you talking about? Well, they've got a sim golf league that you can sign up for, and when the weather is nice, you can go out there, but even when it's not, they have heated bays. I was there hitting balls on Sunday. I take my kids up there quite often. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, and they have sim leagues, and you can sign up for the next season right now. The season starts in January. Go to familygolfonline.com, and then with the holiday season underway, you can book your holiday event at Family Golf. Plus, they have gift cards available in the golf shop and online. It's Family Golf and Learning Center with wonderful instructors, a great facility, short game area, and for the winter months, indoor sim games and leagues. Family Golf and Learning Center online at familygolfonline.com. Family Golf, we make St. Louis better at golf. Your captain's log coming up. John Kelly in the 9 o'clock hour. In studio with us for the 10 o'clock hour, Josh Schertz, head coach of the Billikens and the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email Day, giving away Cardinal tickets today for the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. It's 9 o'clock in St. Louis. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne has left the show. He is out. He's had enough.
He's gone, yeah.
Jackson Burkett is going to take on more of a role, and I think that's what the people want. So that's what the people get.
Oh, I'm Jordan Walker.
That's exactly.
No matter how bad I play, I can always know that my name will be in the lineup card.
Might get sent down, though, for a little while.
A lot of Cardinal discussion on the program today here. Jackson, I mean, we've got all kinds of audio. Ali Marmol talking about Jordan Walker is actually the clip I was going to. Take a listen.
All right. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
What does he need to do to be the player that he can be, to be a everyday major leaguer? And defensively, do you feel comfortable with him in left field?
He's feeling more comfortable in the outfield. That was, think about Jordan Walker, man. He had a ton of success, young player, a lot of expectations, and never ran into real failure until he got to the big league level. And now you're on the biggest stage, all eyes on you, and you're trying to navigate failure in a way that it was a lot, man. And he'd be okay with me saying this now, but in conversation with him, there's times where, like, man, I can't slow the game down. Defensively, it's just I can't slow it down enough to feel comfortable out there. And I think we're getting past that, where towards the end of this year, like, he felt good going out there. He felt, is he going to make mistakes? Absolutely. But he's going to be better for it. Offensively, I just got video yesterday of what some of the things him and Brownie are working on. And you talk about the ground ball rate and things of that. Like, he's going to be just fine. We have high expectations for him. He has high expectations for himself. And I think we're going to get a very productive year.
There you go.
Browning.
Brant Brown, hitting coach. Okay. Doug, are you buying your Jordan Walker stock, or are you selling it?
I like what he's doing with Brownie. No, I'm going to buy Jordan Walker.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Yeah, he's still only 22 years old. Won't be 23 until, like, May. 2 years ago, he had 16 home runs and just wasn't playing all the time, even then. He's got all the potential in the world. Between he and Wynn, you talked a couple hours ago about who might be the next Hall of Famers. Those would be the two guys that would have a shot based on their physical tools, especially Wynn. But I think Walker, if you just leave him in there and stop fooling around with him, maybe Brownie can find something. I think he has the potential to be the best hitter they've got.
I do wonder how much that matters psychologically. I really do. For a guy to know that you got the job, you go 0 for 4, you go on a 3-game skid where you're 1 for 13 or something like that. You don't have to worry about getting pulled. You don't have somebody micromanaging each at bat. And if that frees him up mentally, I do think that there is some validity to what Ali Marmol just said.
Yeah. Well, who are you going to replace him with if you take him out of the lineup? Who else you got?
I had a discussion last year with Ali once they sent him down, and it was over a month that Walker had been in Memphis, and I said, are you interested, and this is the on-camp portion, I said, are you concerned that you might lose him mentally if he's down there too long? He gave an answer, and then when we were done, he said, no, what do you mean by that? And I said, just that he'd get depressed as hell. You guys are staying at the Ritz in New York, and he's on a bus to Tulsa. He said, what are you basing that on? He likes to debate, like an Ed Herman, which is great. And I said, I don't know, being a human being. And that's what I said. I'm like, I don't care if you're a first-round pick. I don't care how much money you've made. If you think you're a big league player and you're just stuck in the minors for months and months and months, you ended up being there 3.5 months, I think it can wear on you mentally. And we had this whole debate about whether that matters or not. And I said, I'm going to argue, yes, psychology of a player does matter. So they left him down there for an awfully long time. And then he came back, had 6 homers in the month of September. And he said the final day of the year when we're doing interviews, I wish I could find the audio, because he said something to the effect, I just kind of started doing what I do. And it worked. Yeah. He sounded like he took what they told him and just kind of, let me do my own thing. It does feel like he's been messed with a lot, and maybe there is an argument to be made. Just let him try it for a while. Try it his way. I mean, Willie McGee, what would they do to his swing right now? They'd change it 10 times over. Mm-hmm. Just sometimes it works. Jamal Wilkes used to shoot crooked elbow. Remember those Jamal Wilkes free throws?
Right.
Jackson, you might want to go. You could probably enjoy the good Jamal Wilkes deep dive. But
Used
the
to
point
be Keith
is,
Wilkes.
Keith Wilkes?
Same guy.
But I would say sometimes they just I think the Cardinals are guilty of this, that they overthink things or overcoach a player, and then they're just all over the place mentally.
Well, they'll have a new first baseman, and that's Wilson Contreras. Ali Marmol was asked about Wilson Contreras moving to first base.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Is there a talk about the Contreras move to first base? I think for me, it's interesting because, we were middle infielders.
Yeah.
I want no thinking when I throw the ball over to first base. I know it's getting picked.
Yeah, that's a real thing. And your first baseman makes everybody better. And we saw that when Goldie came in. The other guys in that diamond got a lot better. So I hear what you're saying. He's going to work hard at it. At the end of the day, it's keeping Contreras healthy. Whether that's DH, first base, a combination of those two things, it's making sure that he can be in the lineup as much as possible and not have these IL stints. Because if he's in the lineup, man, this is a 30-plus homer guy. So in talking to him, there's a little bit of relief of like, yeah, my identity is as a catcher. I've done that my whole life. But at the end of the day, man, I want to be healthy. I want to help the team. I want to be in the lineup. And he's excited about going and working with a combination of Stubby and Cheo, Jose Oquendo, who's in Jupiter with him right now, to make sure that he feels comfortable once the season starts.
There you go.
I think you're going to notice a big drop-off from Goldschmidt. Man, he picked a lot over there.
You're not holding rights in the 9 o'clock hour.
Wow, no, I think to replace Goldschmidt's glove is a big ask for anybody. And now a guy who's a catcher who's working on it in December, getting ready for next year, I think you're going to see a big drop-off. I mean, he's certainly a competent big league player, but what it sounded like Mark DeRosa was saying, like you want confidence over there, the guy's going to pick it, which you had with Goldschmidt at a high level. I think that should be a real concern in a season where you come for the baseball and stay for the laughs.
And it's not just picking up low throws. If you've never really fielded ground balls, that's an issue too. I mean, I assume that he hasn't taken infield practice in a long time. He's going to have some bullets hit to him at first base. That's not an easy skill to have. Those plays are harder than scooping the low throw.
You got Walker, who's a third baseman, but he plays the outfield. You've got Contreras as a catcher. He's playing first. It's not the recipe for a great defensive team.
No.
It worked for the Rams when they would draft quarterbacks and wide receivers and put them in the secondary.
But Mason Wynn's going to move to second to save his arm. Right. And then if Arenado's back, which is not the goal, their intention is he would go to short because it was going to pump him up.
That was just one caller.
That was one caller who seemed to hit on a couple.
But overall, I
things.
feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously.
Jamal Wilkes has one of the worst looking free throws I've ever seen in my entire life.
Good player, though.
Had you ever heard of him before this?
No.
Is that not an odd release?
Extremely odd.
And it worked for him.
Hey, listen, whatever works.
That's what I'm saying.
He was on some of those UCLA teams that won national championships.
Okay, got you with...
he might have even been with, or even
Bill Walton, maybe a little after.
Yeah, both extremely dominant.
He and Sidney Rowe were together.
Guys, the Cardinals are working their way to the bottom of the league defensively. That's from the 636. Recently, we heard how important it was to have a veteran presence in defense, and now you have a guy who's a catcher playing first base, replacing a. And I just don't think all of the double standards, the hypocrisy, the message one year to the next year gets much attention. It's usually focal points on Bill DeWitt won't spend money, and I just think that is the wrong message. It's the bright shiny object. It would be if I was engagement farming on social media. It's what I would hit because you're playing the St. Louis hits, so to speak. But it's misguided. They give you plenty of other things to call attention to as opposed to something that I actually think is not accurate. I think they have spent money. They've just spent it unwisely. But it's better to just be mad at a billionaire for being a billionaire and then say you should spend more. And that's just not necessarily the way that things work. Not everybody is Steve Cohen. Jackson, you were holding up a sign, and that's because Doug's going to tell us about Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess.
It's where you ought to go if your car needs maintenance or service, or if you're looking to buy a new or used car, of course. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota, two fabulous dealerships, longtime sponsors. We just love these guys. And they've even given us a phone number where you can call and you'll get straight to the muckety mucks, and they'll make sure that as a listener you get special care. Here's the number. I'll give it now. Please write it down. 314-252-0. You're not writing. You're not writing. 314-252-0029. That's the number. Straight to the muckety mucks. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganesk, Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They want to take great care of you. They always have. They've taken great care of us. Those of us on the dais have taken our cars there for several years now. I've bought a car from there. Just a fabulous dealership, the best around. Munganess St. Louis Acura is on Manchester out in Baldwin. Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota. I don't know the street that it's on, but you can find it. I've been there. Easy to find. Been going there for many, many years. Once you get a car guy, someone you can really trust to work on your car, it's invaluable because you never have to worry again about where you're going to go to get your car fixed. These guys will take fantastic care of you. Again, one more time with the phone number. 314-252-0029. Or check them out online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com.
Now, oftentimes in our industry, not me, of course, but others may have a self-inflated sense of worth.
Certainly not you.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. I was hoping, and I noticed like a pause before somebody jumped in there.
Okay.
This might be an all-timer in which somebody who's doing sports talk radio thought that they were going to land a princess.
Land a princess.
We'll have that for you. Wow. On the other side of the break. Doug, my teasing clinic that I went to, I'm going to a teasing clinic to get better at teasing.
Are you really? Like a symposium of some sort?
A teasing symposium.
All right.
Feel really good about that tease. John Kelly's with us from Vancouver, Blues and Canucks tonight. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. Josh Schertz is in studio in the 10 o'clock hour with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Giving away Cardinal tickets today for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Cardinal tickets, the prize for today's email of the day. So if you've never competed in the email of the day, this is your chance. TMA is your shot to score a 6-game Cardinal bobblehead ticket pack for the 2025 season. The 6-game pack features all the 2025 bobblehead giveaways next year, including Mason Wynn, Ozzie Smith, and more. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale now. You can text in or email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day to win yours. Find all the Cardinal ticket packs at cardinals.com/holiday. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Now we got some breaking news, and Jackson is in a really bad place about this breaking news.
He's down in
maybe
the dumps.
people want to lift Jackson's spirits in the YouTube chat. or by texting in, or maybe you want to call in. Collier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The news is as follows from PowerMizzou.com. Sean Williams, who works with Gabe DeArmond at Power Mizzou, Gabe with us every Monday and Friday, posting the following from an online source. Missouri true freshman edge Williams Winery plans to enter the transfer portal. He tells On3 Sports the 6'6", 265 edge will have all 4 years of eligibility remaining. He was ranked as a 5-star plus recruit in 2024. Jackson, you are not in a good place.
It sucks, man. He's going to be dynamite. I think he's going to be awesome. Maybe test the waters and somehow come back. Leverage, who knows, in the world of NIL, it's kind of the wild, wild west. But if he is, in fact, going to transfer somewhere else, that's a huge loss. That really sucks.
And it sucks for college programs. You recruit kids, you recruit them, and then a year later, you get the big signing. We got them. And then a year later, they can walk away.
That's my guy, Kenny Dillingham, who's the head coach of Arizona State. It's like the better you get, the harder it is to retain your own players. It gets really expensive to keep the players who have gotten you to a really good place year in and year out.
We were talking about this during the commercial break, Doug, and you kept hammering on one point, and I want you to be able to say it, and I won't hijack it. Go ahead.
I'm surprised if he was considered by many the number one recruit in the country, why he couldn't play right away. I think he probably expected to play even as a freshman, even on the line somewhere. He's not as big and strong as he's going to be in another couple of years, but still, as the number one recruit, I would think there'd be a spot for him to play a little bit.
I'd just be surprised if there was no conversation had between the coaching staff and him about his playing time this year. I mean, you have especially in defensive line where it's all about strength, the older you are, the better. And if you're 18, 19 going up against 22, 23-year-old tackles, I think it's a different ball game. I don't know if he's going to you would start at a lot of places as a first year, anywhere that you'd want to play a top-tier program.
And what you want to know from him is, why are you leaving? Do you think the program's going down, it's taking a step next year, or is it all individual? Somebody poached him and offered him a ton of money, or an agent said, I can get you way more than you're making there? Or is there disappointment from not playing?
For the record, the Colonel 30 seconds ago has posted this. That's Gabe DeArmond. He has written, this is on Power Mizzou for the record, so you're not going to see this probably on social media, but I am a Power Mizzou subscriber. Obviously, he has told Hayes Fawcett, that is the On3 reporter, he is entering the portal. I would say that is likely at this time, but it is not done. He is not entered. I am told Missouri is working on it. This is obviously a situation where the price is the issue. How far will Missouri go, and will that keep him? Again, we will see where it goes. I would anticipate that he will enter, but it is not a done deal right now. And that is right there, college athletics in 2024.
Mm-hmm. Where you never can stop recruiting players.
Yeah.
Which is why I think Nick
basis.
Saban said that'll do it. And why Tom Brady reacted to the Bill Belichick possibly going to North Carolina news like there's no way. Mm-hmm. Belichick did talk about that yesterday, by the way, on the Pat McAfee show. And do we have the audio? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's what he said when he was at. He acknowledged that he is interested in it.
Coach,
well, Pat, let me can I just interject two things in here?
Yes.
One,
sure.
Let me put this in capital letters. If.
Yeah.
IF.
Got it.
If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level, and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that. That would be life skills, regardless of whether they're in the NFL or in somewhere in business. And I feel very confident that I have the contacts in the National Football League to pave the way for those players that would have the ability to have the opportunity to compete in the National Football League. Whether they're good enough or not, I don't know, but they would be ready for it. I don't have any doubt about that. So that would be the first comment that I would make, relative to the structure of the program. It would be an NFL program, but not at the NFL level.
It's Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee show yesterday addressing the North Carolina job that he has interviewed for.
Feels really random. Bill Belichick to North Carolina, of all programs. Feels like he just wants to get back in.
And can't get in the NFL. I mean, to put up with what Missouri fans and Eli Drinkwitz, but I mean, college coaches and any of the big programs are dealing with now. I mean, Alabama's got guys leaving. That every year, this is what you do. It is non-stop. And I just don't know if it's something that Bill Belichick at this point in his life would really want to put up with. Yeah, it's great if you can get guys to the NFL, but still, even on a great roster, that doesn't mean that even a third of those guys can get to the NFL, much less at North Carolina, which has never really been a powerhouse.
Yeah, you look at a Mizzou team, that's usually a pretty good team. There's maybe a player or two every year. There's not many more than that.
Right.
Just one or two.
So I don't know if it's the Deion Sanders mindset. Okay, we'll get him in the building because of the name associated with the program. But I think Deion Sanders' thing comes with more of the flair than Belichick's. Doug, would you describe it as meat and potatoes?
Not really.
Yeah. It sounded like he was selling the idea even to people listening, like why it would work, why it makes sense. I'm like, maybe he's just selling his friends. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why does this make sense?
I mean, let me put it this way. If the New York Giants, whenever, and Jackson broke the story, they have fired Brian Dable. They just haven't made it public yet. Jackson's source told them. Whenever that happens, if they said, okay, you can go to the Giants or you can go to the Tar Heels, I think all day he's taking the Giants.
Would agree.
But this is him going, oh, crap, I might not have a place, and I want to coach. Tell you what, Saban's not going back to coaching. At least I'm as certain as I can be without knowing. Belichick wants to go back to it. I've enjoyed the hell out of both of them on ESPN. Saban, really, but I think Belichick's been great, too. And those are two guys who, when they would do the media circuit, they were not by any means known as, automatic, so to speak, as far as being entertaining or informative. If anything, they just wanted to get it over with and go back to work.
I think Belichick has a ton to offer knowing the game, whereas Saban's got a great personality, which came out at times, and now even more so. I think Saban's become a TV star.
Yeah, he is
in his role on
good.
role on game day. If I were the Giants, I would hire Belichick. What do you, another couple of years? What if it doesn't work? You're such a crap organization at this point. Why not let him put his fingerprints on things? I don't think it was all Tom Brady. I think you win that many Super Bowls, you got to tip your cap there. He's got history with the Giants. I know he's older, bring in a young staff. If I'm the Giants, I would try it. Why not? I mean, I know Dable hasn't been fired yet, Jackson. Sorry to report.
No.
But I know some people wonder why a coach like that would still want to coach when you made your millions. But that's their personal identity.
Yeah.
That's who they are, no matter how old they get. You see that sometimes in broadcasting and other sports and jobs that are considered fun, entertaining. People don't want to quit. No matter how much money, that's who they are.
Right.
He's a coach. He's got a game to prepare for, and that's his identity. They don't want to give it up.
A lot of people ask me when you're going to retire, and I say Doug loves the craft.
Yeah.
He loves the craft.
And for me, it is a craft. It's more art than anything else.
When you like working with the young kids, sort of molding them to the next generation.
Look what you've done for Jackson and his uniform Twitter account.
Look at me.
I've worked very hard with you, and I think you're going to make it.
You feel you want to give back at this point in your career.
You want to be buried with the mic.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
Takes
to do.
beyond the grave.
When I'm in hospice, I want a headset so I can still spit hot takes.
We'll cryo freeze you so you can have opinions on
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I was doing podcast segments with LaRussa 5 years ago, Tony Talk in 2019, and he was working for the Red Sox as a special consultant. And 1 week he said, Walt and I were at this game last night, and Bradenton or something. And this is during a baseball season. I said, Bradenton, Florida? He goes, yeah, man, this is A-ball club for the Red Sox is playing the Reds. Like, you and Walt Jocketty are sitting in a press box in Bradenton, Florida in the middle of June. He said, yeah, man, we were looking at some of these kids, and I was like,
grinders,
oh, my God.
Yeah. Real grinders.
You just love it, I guess.
It's what they've always done, and they're not ready to just sit down and do nothing all day.
I think they just love it. But then, I'm guessing, Or if it were me, the upset is then you go for like a $500 steak dinner and charge it to the Red Sox. And you're like, yeah, down here watching the club, just I'll send my notes in tomorrow.
I just think specific to what you now have to do if you were one of these legends of the game, like what you saw Saban walk away from about 12 months ago now following that. To make money, good for you. Go get it. But that means after every year, you might be rebuilding a roster and trying to sell yourself, and not just to the recruits, but to the boosters who are going to fund the NIL. God, that just does not sound like an attractive thing. So even if I'm, say, Marcus Freeman and his association with the Bears that you've heard and the success he had at Notre Dame this year, you go, God, I don't know if I want to leave Notre Dame. I would want to leave the NIL and the recruiting that is, nonstop.
It seems like they're going to have to make some change to these rules because it's chaos.
They have to make a uniform rule policy. The rules are different, like depending on your longitude and latitude. It's ridiculous.
Well, the NCAA blew the whole thing. I mean, you would get fined if you took a kid for lunch after his mom died, and you would get a sanction for that. And then they just were so strict, and now we have the overcorrection, which it's just absolute chaos. They have no control over it. It's certainly a young coach's game. Eli Drinkwitz, to his credit, seems to have the energy and the passion to go out and recruit these kids and play that part. The Oregon coach is young. The Notre Dame coach is young. For the most part.
All these guys are in their 30s.
Cignetti's kind of an exception. He's an older coach who got his first big crack in the 60s, I think.
That's correct.
But start picturing all these coaches. Dillingham at Arizona State, young guy. Just even Lincoln Riley, young guy. You go around.
Fran Brown.
Our guy, Fran Brown.
And what a difference from just a few years ago. I remember Rich Grauer saying years ago, I don't know if it was on the air or not, he said sometimes when the Billiken basketball team would go out on a road game, the night before they'd take the whole team to a movie, and some of the kids couldn't afford to get into the movie theater. Some of them didn't have $5 or $10 to get in, and he would kind of slip them $10 to get in to watch it with all the teammates, knowing full well that was a major NCAA violation.
That was Majerus. He took Andre Miller to lunch in Salt Lake. His mom or grandma died, and they got written up or whatever. I'm like, it's
like it really matters.
The NCAA was so self-important and so stupid, and now what real control do they have?
We'll be able to talk about it. Josh Schertz is going to be in studio here in the 10 o'clock hour. John Kelly with us as the Blues take on the Canucks. That's coming up, and we're giving away Cardinal tickets for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Send your emails in. It comes your way at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com if you are in the market for a holiday gift. Sound Story is a great option at mysoundstory.com. Doug and I do these sound stories regularly. It's actually Chairman Kurt's full-time job. You guys had one yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Fascinating woman.
What did you have?
Fascinating. She was a veterinarian, and her father invented the camera that they used on the moon landing so the world could see the astronauts land on the moon. Her father invented that, and he also invented a system in World War II where they could shoot bullets out of the fighter planes and not hit their own propellers. He had to get it timed so that as a propeller went around, they didn't shoot their own propeller on the plane. He had patents for both those things.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Doug also interviewed, didn't even know it until like halfway through the interview, Aaron Judge's swing coach, who's in St. Louis, which I'm sure some people are aware of. But the point is, you don't have to have some kind of incredible story like this. At this point, Doug and I have interviewed hundreds of people. What it is an interview with your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather. Now we have video as well. You go to mysoundstory.com, you enter the promo code TMA, and you get a gift card and present it for the holidays. So not only will your mother or father, or grandmother, grandfather love it, everybody in the family will love it as well, because it ensures that those stories from your family are saved forever. MySoundStory.com is where you go to get your gift card, and then enter the promo code TMA and get 10% off a Sound Story gift card for the holidays. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The program is The Morning After. John Kelly joining us next on the Blues and Canucks. That's next here on 101 ESPN.
The 12 days of savings at Schnucks almost here. It begins December 11th. That's tomorrow. It's going to run through December 22nd. 12 days of savings means when you're stocking up for the holidays, you're going to save money up to 25% off your holiday essentials. Talking about fresh berries, the party trays, which are great to bring into work. All of those great savings begin on Wednesday. 12 days of savings every day during the event. Schnucks will drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Look at the Schnucks Rewards app. Hopefully by now you've downloaded the app. You're saving money and getting great deals. Check out the daily offers. Clip the digital coupon. It's only available in the app. Each offer lasts just one day. Be sure to grab the hot deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad, the Schnucks Rewards app. View all your great offers. It's the 12 days of savings at your neighborhood Schnucks. You're going to load up with groceries anyway. Make sure you save money up to 25% off all those holiday essentials. It's the 12 days of savings at Schnucks, only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to our 9 o'clock hour with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, and it is our pleasure to bring on the Collier and Thompson phone lines from the Blues broadcast team, John Kelly. Morning, JK. How are you?
I'm good, Tim. How are you today?
We are wonderful here on the program. I'm anxious to see what happens here tonight in Vancouver because it's the first time Jim Montgomery will have had a couple days to work with the guys following a regulation loss. I didn't think that the performance was terrible per se. I mean, they limited that high-powered Oilers team to 21 or 22 shots, but they certainly capitalized on the opportunities. And anxious to see what the Blues do as they wrap up this trip. A win tonight in Vancouver, and you can go, man, that's a hell of a trip, picking up 6, 8 points against the caliber of opposition, and it could give you some momentum as you head back to St. Louis. What is your analysis of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, played a pretty good game in Edmonton, and a team that, as you said, has got a lot of firepower. As we know, you hold them to 21 shots on goal. But to beat a team on the road like that, you have to play, close to a perfect game, Tim, and they didn't do that. The big guys did get their points and goals, and the Blues made some mistakes, especially like on the first goal when they had too many men on the ice, and then they had a line change and, things went haywire, and Corey Perry tipped it in. But having said that, they almost came back and tied it before the goal by Stetcher. But I think looking further back than just this road trip, Tim, the Blues in a stretch of 7 of 8 games on the road, and so far they've won 4 of those 6 road games. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I don't need to tell anyone. And big wins, against the Rangers, the Devils, and as you said, Winnipeg and Calgary. So if they can get, points tonight, a point or 2 tonight, even without one, it's still a pretty good road trip, 2-2. But obviously they'd like to get back on the winning streak. And as you said, the Blues losing for the first time under Jim Montgomery. So it'd be nice to get a win tonight because Vancouver is one of those teams that the Blues are chasing for right now a wild card spot.
Is there an obvious vibe, John, when you're around the team? Everybody mentions Montgomery, popular with the players, has a good sense of humor. When you're there at a morning skate, you're just around the team, does it feel different?
It feels a lot different. And, I've been doing this a long time and, seen changes behind the bench and things like that. And, obviously I'm not a player, but just being around the team and the vibe and in the locker room, there's certainly a lot more positivity. And the guys really like Jim. He's a really positive guy. At the same time, he works, on the process, and he talks about the process every day and getting better and good practice habits, things like that. He's a demanding coach like every coach is. But, I think he's a bit of he's a salesman. He's selling what he has to the players, and it's genuine. And just being around him, you get a real positive feeling. So there's definitely a difference around this hockey team the last couple of weeks.
Do you ever notice after a long road trip the team wearing down a little bit, or is that not a factor? 4 games in a week in Western Canada, it's got to be tough.
Well, the thing is they haven't played a ton of games, so that's good. The Blues played Saturday night, as we know, and couldn't come to Vancouver until yesterday because Taylor Swift wrapped up her Eras tour, and the Blues couldn't get hotel rooms in Vancouver on Saturday or Sunday night. So, I love Taylor Swift, but I'd rather be in Vancouver than Edmonton myself. But as far, you know what I mean? But, hey, I'm sure she put on a great show here, and the guy said that it was crazy. I talked to actually the Tampa Bay announcers. They came to Edmonton after playing here in Vancouver, and they said their team paid $2,000 a night per room in Vancouver the other night.
Oh,
so
my
it's
goodness.
crazy. But the Blues couldn't get rooms. I mean, that's just the bottom line with the popularity of Taylor Swift.
Should we call out Rich Jankowski and just say Caruso would have got it done? Is it that simple? I think.
Oh, Mike would tell you that. Trust me. You know that.
Asking for you, John. We certainly appreciate that. Blues and Canucks, it's tonight in Vancouver. Then they take on the Sharks back in St. Louis. And then once again, right back to it, put to the test. Here come the Dallas Stars on Saturday. This is a team in the midst of quite a stretch. And, man, it would be something else if they could win 3 of 4 on this Western Canadian road trip to add to that trip to beating the Rangers and the Devils. John Kelly will be on the call. It is the Blues and the Canucks, and here on 101 ESPN, pregame begins at 8 p.m. Puck drop at 9. John Kelly with us every Tuesday. John, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks so much.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
Hi,
That's John Kelly with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program because of the breaking news. I still haven't been able to deliver on my tease. If you tease something, you better damn well deliver on it.
Okay.
And that is...
I forgot what it was.
The sports personality...
Oh, yes.
...who believed he had an opportunity with a princess.
With a princess.
That's exactly right.
How many princesses are there?
Well, you're going to find out when I give you the story. But first, you're going to tell me about Callier and Thompson, the sponsor of our phone lines. That's what I know.
Well, you could treat your wife or girlfriend or significant other like a princess if you had their home redone.
How does he do it, Martin? I don't know if he does it. You're born with it.
It's a master class.
Callier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets and appliances and countertops in the business. And when Callier and Thompson gets done and they walk away from a job, you will be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime, fitting indeed for a princess. Service and quality is their number one priority. If something does happen after a job, they'll get right back out there and make sure that it is done perfectly. That's what they rely on. That's how they've stayed in business since the 1950s, because they do jobs better than anyone else in town. And there's sometimes concern that you think if you go to Collier & Thompson, you're going to have to redo the entire kitchen. Not the case. You just need an appliance or something. They're perfect with that. They're great for that. They brand names like Bosch and Thermador and Wolf and Sub-Zero, the absolute best in appliances. And sometimes the new appliances are a little bigger than the space you've got for your old appliance. And then you're thinking, well, I can't use this. There's not enough room. No, Collier & Thompson can make that work. They've got their own carpenters and electricians that can come and reconfigure your space and make these great new appliances fit perfectly. Stacy is the appliance guy. He'll take great care of you. They all take great care of you. The owners, Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati, have been around for more than 20 years owning the business, and they have more than 160 years of combined experience between their employees. It's just where you go if you're tired of fooling around and you want it done right and you want it done by the best people in town. That's Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Josh Schertz in studio with us in the 10 o'clock hour, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which you can win by emailing in. Anything is welcome. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tough time to be an ankle in the NBA right now. Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, and Evan Mobley out with ankle sprains. And in the case of Brandon Ingram, he is out indefinitely with that ankle sprain. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, do you hear the update? It's a tough time to be an ankle in the
I
NBA.
know. Every player has two of them.
I know. Well, some of them have, damaged ankles.
Basketball's a tough sport on the ankle.
You better believe it.
A lot
And
of
the
jumping
foot.
up and down, coming down on other people's feet.
Watch this. Quick twitch muscles.
What did you say there?
Yeah,
Quick
that was
twitch
offensive.
muscles.
How I explain that to my kids.
Okay.
Boys, I know you were listening at 9:49 this morning when Jackson got us fined by the FCC.
I know.
Doug, the deep tease. Would you like to guess the sports media member who was turned down by a princess after taking his shot?
I can't imagine how many princesses
I
are
know.
still out
Right
there.
now?
Yeah, I had a cough drop.
I know.
Is that a Lucas?
I know this story.
I
This is
saw
so
this
funny.
too. I did see this.
I don't even have a guess. I can't come up with one princess.
He was Berman?
Yeah, look over here. Yeah.
No. I actually saw this.
I don't have it for you. Can I have initials, please?
R.R. Jackson describes him as
Red Rush.
Famously single.
famously single.
Randy Raley.
Randy Roop? No, that was my friend in grade school.
Hey, Randy
RR.
Roop, call in.
He has a podcast.
Rich Rodriguez?
Oh, former West Virginia.
Michigan.
Michigan.
Great time in Michigan.
Rudy Rudiger? No. Can I have second letter of the first name?
Why?
Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan Ricardo? Ryan Ricardo had a shot with the princess?
Here's your hint. He spells Ryan with an E.
Is that really a hint? I didn't know
I saw
that.
the look on Doug's
I
face,
didn't
and
know
it
that.
clearly was not a hint.
Ryan.
Maybe this is how we get behind on the clock. These
second
fun and
letter,
games.
second name. Second letter of the last name. Ryan
SS.
Ruckerman. Ryan Ruckerman?
I-L-L.
Ryan Russell?
Rusillo.
Oh.
You got it.
You got it.
Okay,
You nailed
that was
nailed
easy.
that.
That was easy, yeah.
Pronounced it off.
Former ESPN host Ryan Russillo revealed Meghan Markle once turned him down despite him believing that she was quote-unquote obtainable.
Oh, God.
I like that.
He dodged a bullet there.
The TV personality recalled the now Duchess at a celebrity flag football game while appearing on an episode of the Bill Simmons podcast last week. Quote, "It was all these swimsuit models, so nobody's really paying attention to her." I was like, that's my lane. She's probably doubting herself a little bit right now. She's never been more obtainable. According to People magazine, Derek Jeter's wife, who at the time was not Derek Jeter's wife, Hannah Davis, was amongst the Sports Illustrated swimsuit models who were at the event. While Russillo didn't shoot his shot at the game, he recalled later jumping into the actress's DMs to ask her to appear on his sports program.
Oh, really?
To promote the show that she was on, Suits. Anybody ever watch Suits?
No.
Jackson?
No.
Wow, if you didn't watch it.
Everybody loves it, and that usually turns me off of stuff sometimes.
Elitist.
But like some people that were like, you should watch Suits, and I was like, I don't respect your opinion on certain things. And I know that makes me sound like a bad guy,
What,
but
they
it's
go to
true.
Burroughs?
It's true. Yeah, no, Whitfield.
Bill McDermott, who is Sir Soccer,
yes,
Mr. Soccer, loves television movies and would go back and forth with you on debating the merits of De Niro versus all the, swears by Suits as like the greatest show.
How about that? Sir Soccer.
I've circled it before. I just haven't really locked in and done it
before.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff out there, man. That's like when people are like, "You haven't watched this." I was like, "No, there's 8,000 shows going on all the time."
Russillo continued. It was a very soft sell. It was, hey, I know the new season is coming out. If you ever want to come on the show to promote it, it was really professional. Although Russillo admitted his message had an ulterior motive, Meghan Markle did not take the bait. Quote, "It was ice cold," the sports personality said of a response. It was, "Oh, I don't know anything about sports, but thanks for the offer."
Now, if he had wound up with her, she wouldn't have been a princess.
That's right. She would be married to a guy who is famously single.
She'd be a sports media princess.
Yeah. What makes him famously single?
Jackson?
He always just kind of talks about, like, he doesn't care when people are like, you're 40 and you don't have kids or a wife. And he's like, I know, that's by design. So he's like,
okay.
Is that made him famous? Chairman Kirk just fist pumped over there.
Yeah, I can empathize with that.
I don't think, but he's like celebrating it. You're saying empathy, and I think he's celebrating it.
I might have used the wrong verb. Ryan and I have a lot of similarities there. I'm just on a smaller level.
You're built kind of similarly.
I did kind of a similar thing with Cassie Moore.
It's true.
Sassy?
Sassy Cassie,
Not
different
sassy.
person.
It was sassy,
Sassy Cassie was a little person who performed in her commercial rendering Mike Matheny's show, and he was none too pleased about it.
But I like the whistle that we use.
That's exactly right.
Can we have that, please? This is what she would go up and down
She's
the
going to
pole.
get the audience mad at Jackson. Then
swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
Mike Matheny was sitting there listening to that on KFNS, and he turned red and immediately got on the phone with me and thought I planted it in his show, and I didn't.
You could just do a spot, Mike, on the cabaret.
Guys, Suits is good. Markle sucks. Thanks. That's from the 314. Suits sucks. Every episode's the same. That's from the Flat Avenue boy. I don't care if she's bad news. She's so fine in Suits. It's 50% of the reason I watch. Then the other 50% is the secretary for Harvey Specter. That's from Little Beer Cats.
Oh, she broke up the royal family.
Broke itself up, one could say.
Wow.
I don't really have takes.
I think that was a take disguised as a...
I don't really see it.
You don't
stumbling over
You're
it.
like me and Ed Herman. I don't really feel like getting into this
I know.
right now.
I don't really have
God.
takes on the monarchy, and if I did, it wouldn't be now.
Well, she did. She broke it up.
No, we can litigate that later.
Don't you want to litigate it later?
I don't have to litigate anything.
Maybe we can bring it up with Josh Schertz and see what his take is on the royal family. He's going to be in studio.
I bet he likes Rosillo.
We'll talk it over with him. He's going to be in studio in the 10 o'clock hour, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Giving away Cardinal tickets is the prize for the email today brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Go to jefflotman.com if you were in the market to buy a home or sell a home. Watch this, Doug. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman, Compass Realty. He's been doing it in the St. Louis area for 2 decades, and he has $500 million in sales. Is Jeff Lotman with Compass Realty, and he is a longtime TMA sponsor. So if you are looking to buy a home, you need somebody who's connected, that's Jeff Lotman, Compass Realty. And if you want to sell, same deal, you want somebody who's connected with Compass Realty, they have a global network of potential buyers. It's Jeff Lotman online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. We'll take a break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt on the program. Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming your way at 10:45. Giving away Cardinal tickets. Josh Schertz with us in the 10 o'clock hour. And we were catching up on, I fell behind on the commercial breaks. And I felt like, Martin, we were doing well. And then Jackson goes, no, we're only in segment.
I don't know where it happened. I really don't.
The guessing game, I think. Ryan was silly.
That did it.
That's what got it. Meghan Markle. So Josh Schertz with us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock if you're in Denver. Guys, is Williams-Nwaneri really in the portal? Yes, we covered that about 9:15. That news breaking. I saw it on PowerMizzou.com. First reported by On3. Gabe DeArmond saying it's not official, but he is likely to go into the transfer portal. For the record, a South Carolina edge rusher who was a freshman last year. The name, I don't know, Jackson, you might be the only person who would know it. I don't recall. But either way, it just was tweeted out that he got $1 million to $1.5 million to stay in Columbia, South Carolina. So that kind of gives you an idea what the market rate is for this. Hey, God bless. That's kind of the game. So that is the situation for Missouri's biggest recruit last year, who now may be leaving. But Gabe says that Missouri is considering trying to keep him.
That's Dylan Stewart.
South Carolina. That's exactly right. Thank you very much, Jackson. Josh Schertz joining us. I'm anxious to get his perspective on just the state of things. But hey, you know what? That portal allowed for him to pick up most of his team from Indiana State and bring them to St. Louis U. So it cuts both ways. Missouri was beneficiaries of it, and it cuts both ways as well when you can have a guy leave, when that, in particular with that in-state rule for high school seniors. So Josh Schertz in studio. Great conversation. If you didn't hear him with us about a month or so, just a really good, likable guy. And I said, hey, is there anything we don't want to talk about, anything you do want us to talk about? He goes, no, just talk about whatever. I'm like, no, God bless. And he enjoyed it so much, he's already coming back, and he wants to replace Doug, and Doug is going to get to coach the Billikens at some point
we'll
here.
We'll talk, certainly trade salaries with him.
So that's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, brought to you by Munganast. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, the holiday season means stress because you got to get out and buy gifts. So one way to relieve the stress is to get yourself a massage. The other way to relieve the stress is to give the gift of massage as a gift. We're talking about the gift of me time from Massage Envy. Give them a gift card. They can use that. Your family member, your friend, colleague, they can use that gift card, whatever they want. A massage, a facial, a stretch session. You can do this between now and December 31st. And if you spend $150 on gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card that you can keep for yourself or add it to someone's gift. This time of year, you're stressed. Get a massage. Nothing can really alter your entire mindset like that massage. Then you're ready to attack the holidays. It's also a great gift idea. Keep it simple. Stop by Massage Envy. Get the 115 gift cards. Get the free $40 promo card back. Great gift this time of year. Love Massage Envy. It's where better begins. The offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the studio friend of the show.
Yeah, at this point.
Josh Schertz, friend of the show.
All right, yes.
Tim, you missed it. You were down the hall doing a little business. Coach Schertz walked in, and he sat right in Doug's chair. And I said, oh, this is awkward.
He wants the spot.
He is taking over.
Chair.
You don't really.
I thought Doug was the friend of the show. I didn't know that.
You're the co-host.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically here. I didn't know, so I just was going with what I know. But no, it's good to have Doug back.
Yeah, Doug was vacationing.
Nice to be back.
And you're going to coach against Illinois State on Sunday. And
I'd like
Josh
to try.
That's
How do you think a guy off the street would do if he had to coach a game? With very little preparation.
You got to protect the industry and say terrible.
With very little preparation, guys. Probably coaching is a little harder than what it seems. I think you probably got to ask guys who are not off the street, but talk to J.J. Redick or Doug Gottlieb and see it's a little harder than what it looks like.
Yeah, how's that whole thing going for those? We got two guys who are doing this nitwit job are now actually in the
and both guys are great basketball. I know Doug well, and he's going to get it going there. But it is easier from the outside, like anything else, than when you're on the inside. But you never know. Some guys are can do it, and so I think Doug, you'd be fine. I would trade out maybe for a week so you let the coach the team.
I could
I'll
probably
step in here.
I can show you how to run some practices, maybe.
There you go. There you go. I like that.
Do you remember your first game? Was your head spinning? Because at High Point you were an assistant?
I was
right?
I was associate head coach at High Point, and then I became a head coach at Lincoln Memorial. That
was your first head coach job. The Rail Splitters, guys. The Rail Splitters.
One of the best nicknames in college.
I've had great nicknames. I've had the Rail Splitters, the Sycamores, and the Billikens as my head coaching career.
How about the first game though at Lincoln Memorial? Were you terrible?
Yeah, I think I was terrible.
I mean, no offense.
I was terrible most of the first few years in terms of, you look back, you're like, oh my God, like, how did I possibly, like anything. I mean, I think the more you do something, the better you get at it, the more experience you have.
So what do you look back at as being like, oh my God, I can't believe I was doing that or not doing that?
Really, everything.
Really?
Like how long we practiced. Our shoot-arounds were like 2 hours long. They were fully taped. I mean, it was ridiculous. What we ran offensively is so different. I mean, if we shot 23s in a game, I would just go ballistic because I thought we were being so soft, not getting the ball on the inside. I mean, we played high-low motion and, the drills we did, how hard we practiced, how often we practiced. We conditioned them at, 6 in the morning. It was, you kind of learn on the job. I mean, I think any job you have, whether you're a player, an athlete in a pro sport, if you're doing broadcasting, if you're coaching, if any profession, I think, you start off with, you have to rely on your instincts because you don't know what you're doing, right? Like, I mean, there's no way to know what you're doing if you haven't done something. You can, study it or whatever, but at the end of the day, you have to rely completely on your instincts. And then if your instincts are good enough, you get to do something for long enough that you can get experiences.
Yeah.
And if you're intelligent about how you process your experience, if you're self-aware about how you process good or bad experiences, right, and you actually learn from your experiences, then that's the pathway to gaining wisdom, right? And then you become good at something because your instincts were good enough to give you enough time. Like if you have bad instincts, you're probably going to get fired from whatever you're doing before you can develop enough experience. And then if you don't process your experiences correctly, you're never going to truly gain wisdom. So it's the combination of those things. You have to rely on your instincts early in any profession, and then hopefully your instincts are good enough to give you the chance to generate experiences. And if you take the truth and can actually truly glean the lessons your experiences are teaching you, that's where wisdom derives from.
God, I got to tell you, it's so astute, but it's also just very logical.
Yeah.
I mean, that just makes sense.
And that's sometimes people, they only coach, they become a head coach, and they're there for 2 or 3 years, they get fired, and their instincts were bad. Now, I might have got fired at a bigger job.
Yeah.
We were fortunate. My first year, went 500, which was a major improvement there. Second year, we won 20 games, first time in school history, NCAA level. Third year, but I look at all those things we did, and I was like, man, I wouldn't do any of that the same now. But I guess my instincts at that time were good enough to buy me time. And then over time, you become better. And there's still things, every game I learn from things I did well or things I did poorly. I think you always start there. And like anything, so the more you do these shows, the better you become. The more
there
it
he is.
becomes
He's
seamless.
angling again.
Yeah,
I think
man.
he
Just
wants
for
in.
more time. Just for more time. You know, more time on these shows.
You were 337 and 69. Won 337 games at Lincoln Memorial. You were there for more than 400. So even though people didn't know your name, that's unbelievable that those reps you're getting.
Yep.
Seriously, like when to call timeout, when to bench a kid or whatever, like that. All those 400 games. That's unbelievable. What you probably learned from day one there to when you left, in terms of what kind of coach you were.
Yeah, that place was unbelievable for me in so many aspects of my life. I spent 13 years in Harrogate. It was such a the head coaching reps. First off, living in a town of 4,000 people in the middle of nowhere in Appalachia.
Was it kind of like Normandale and Hoosiers? Everybody knew you?
I mean, eventually, when I got there, it was kind of like it was just that was. They had no track record of success, and it just became this incredible place with people. And I mean, there was a lot of circumstance that coalesced together that made it just an incredible. It was like a utopian existence for a long time. But yeah, the reps you're talking about, being in the games, calling the timeouts, coaching practice, dealing with injuries, dealing with egos, getting guys to embrace, accept roles, handling success, handling failure, trying to build a program and from the ground up, and then which is a challenge in itself. Then once you become a championship level program, sustaining it's a whole different challenge. Like it's one thing to build it and climb the mountain, and then when you get to the top of the mountain and you are the best program in your league, in our case, top 1 or 2 program in the country, year in, year out, then it becomes the challenge, becomes sustaining success, which is in a lot of ways harder than it was to climb the mountain. So I think all those experiences there were so good for me. And then, going to Indiana State and getting there, and it was a jarring experience for me because I went from where at LMU I was pretty well regarded in terms of like, hey, if he does something, it's the right thing. When our first year in Indiana State, we struggled, and I remember just like people were like, yeah, the guy's over his head. He can't coach Division I. And I was like, oh man,
I regret saying that, Coach. I'm sorry. I was calling him out in St. Louis radio.
That's right. But it was just jarring for me that, oh man, like people don't, the first year, and it's the reality at this level, like Division II, there's not the media, there's not the, there's not as much, there's always noise, but it was like inner circle noise, like the players and their parents and coaches of, obviously at this level, and even at Indiana State, there's more of the, external noise. And going through that my first year in State was great because that really was even the 20 losses. It was a humbling experience, but it was also one where it strengthened you because then you realize, all right, that is part of this too. Like you got to be able to handle all the criticism and everything that comes with the job. And it was good for me in that capacity. And then you saw it flip over the next 2 years, and then that was great as well. So all the experiences of when I came here, I'd coached 500 and some games as a head coach, and and how many practices is that over that 16 years? Thousands of practices, and you deal with all kinds of situations. I'm sure there's things I'll deal with I haven't dealt with yet, but I've dealt. Those experiences certainly prepared me for this.
I was looking at some of the seasons you had at Lincoln, where you were 30-3, 34-3, 32-2, 32-1, 7-time Coach of the Year. Did you ever get impatient saying, here I am, somebody come get me?
Yeah, it was interesting. I was in such a good job. I was so happy. I had I wouldn't say, like I said, never would think that people were beating my door down, because that's absolutely not what it was. But I had 3 or 4 chances to go Division I as a head coach from there over my time. And every time I felt like the job I had was better. I really felt like the job I was in was better than the job I could have taken. And my relationship with the president, my relationship with the chair of the board, my relationship with the athletic director, like I said, it was like going to work in a utopian existence. I mean, everybody was, pulling the rope in the same direction. You had great alignment from the top down in terms of not only what we want to do, which was of course win basketball games at an extraordinarily high level, but how we wanted to do it, and everything that they could do to give us the opportunity to accomplish that, they did. And it was funny when going into my 13th year, they came to me and said, we want to name the court after you. And I said, that's really nice, and it's an incredible honor. I said, but we need to do it after the chair of the board. I mean, he's the one that has created this. Like, his influence, his push, like, he's the one he's more responsible than anybody for where we are today. And so we did that, and we named it, Pete DeBus Court. And he was just obviously, loved it, but it was true. Like, there was so many people there, and it started with our board of trustees that were pulling that rope in that same direction. So it wasn't that I never had any chances, but I certainly didn't have the right chances. Indiana State came at the right time. Our president retired, who I loved. The president they hired I didn't like as much, I'll say that. My athletic director, who I was really close with, had left for another job. And Indiana State was a place where everybody said, man, it reminded me of what Lincoln Memorial was, where they said, you can't win there. Terre Haute, Missouri Valley, lowest budget, lowest, salaries, lowest this, can't win there. And then part of me was like, all right, I have this situation here. I have the best job in the country now in Division II. It's turned into that. I have the most resources. I have the highest paid coach. We have everything. Did we just catch lightning in a bottle? And can I go to Indiana State and let's see if what we believe really works, or did we just kind of catch lightning in a bottle and I'll go and give it a shot here? It was the right time for me to make that move, 45 years old. And I felt like that was, the right time. So we did it, and, it turned out great, but there was more the timing of everything. I think if the president and AD were still at Lincoln Memorial, I'd probably still be at Lincoln Memorial.
Amazing how that works. Josh Schertz in studio, Billiken head coach. In a stunning development, your athletic director listens to this program, and he approved of something we were talking about in the 8 o'clock hour. We will have that and get your opinion on it coming up as we take a commercial break here. Josh Schertz, the Billiken head coach, in studio with us here on TMA. It's the 10 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. Their names are on the dealership, and they love the TMA audience and taking good care of our audience. Go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com, or call or text the number they set up specifically for our audience members, and that number is 314-252-0029. If you're looking to buy, you're looking to lease, or get your car serviced, it's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Our honor to have Josh Schertz in studio with us for the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. The holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. With all the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit, so buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for every 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments, and every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home, and an additional 20 years for the next homeowner. Don't wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free home estimate, or visit uwd.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. 10 o'clock hours brought to you by Munganess. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And it is our pleasure to have in studio for the 10 o'clock hour Billiken head coach Josh Schertz. We were alarmed this morning when Athletic Director Chris May texted Martin, which meant, number one, he listened to the show, which is horrifying. But number two, he liked Jackson's take on the unveiling of the new uniforms yesterday. And Jackson's big into the uniform game.
Yeah.
The uniforms unveiled yesterday. What do you think?
Love them.
They're pretty sharp, aren't they?
Yeah, I love it. I love the black with the Billiken blue combination. I think it's sharp looking. The loose script. I actually got that on.
Oh yeah,
this,
you got that going on the hoodie there.
The hoodie. I really like that. I think it's representative of when we got here. We talked about this is St. Louis's team. There's we have a niche here with no NBA team in town, with no, outside of Lindenwood, I think it's the only real college team within about a 100-mile radius, Division I. We got a tremendous opportunity to capitalize on that, but it's got to be, for this to work, we talked about all the experiences. The thing I know from Lincoln Memorial, Indiana State, for this to work, it's got to be collaborative. It doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And this has to be St. Louis's team and St. Louis, the community, and it should be. I mean, the university, our basketball program, and so I think it incorporates that. But it looks, the aesthetics are great. We're certainly going to unveil them on January 3rd. We'll wear them, a few times this year, home and road, and I think become a part of our alternate jersey package with obviously the white, the blue, and the gray. So,
how many do you guys have? How many different looks? I know in football, college coaches have said it's part of recruiting. They want to be in these new helmets and all of this. Tell me if that's a factor for you, and how many actual unis?
Well, I think it is. The kids love to wear different stuff and to have it's a I don't know. Like when guys, they do their recruiting picks on their visits and stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to wear the different jerseys, and it's I guess it's like a status thing. If you have a bunch of them, we have 4 right now. We got the white, the gray, the Billiken blue, and now the alternate black. So I think 4 is about where you want to be. Anything more for basketball will be a little overwhelming. But Billiken blue is always super sharp. But those blacks are I think going to really be a really nice look and something we could sprinkle in to some different games and certainly starting there with a ESPN game against St. Joe's on January 3rd.
Do you get a say in that? Do they come to you and say, do you like this? Do you like that?
Based on my fashion sense, no one asked me anything. I get no say in anything that's related to fashion. People they just do whatever they want, and my wife doesn't let me dress myself, so that nobody in that department's let me pick anything.
I always wonder if coaches keep the gear. Now, if you've never been fired, I don't think. So if you get fired, you just dump it at the campus on the way out of town. Yeah. But you just keep all your stuff over the years. You got some Indiana State in the closet, some loyal.
Yeah, I do. I do. I actually have something from everywhere. I would assume if you get fired, you just bonfire it,
right?
Or give it to Goodwill. But I have going back to when I was a student assistant at Florida Atlantic. I keep like 1 or 2 things from everywhere, just because it's your journey. So I have something from Queens, something from Lincoln Memorial, something obviously from Florida Atlantic, from Lynn, going into Queens, and then High Point, and then all the way through LMU, Indiana State. So, of course, you keep those things. You have a sweatshirt. I still wear around the house a Lincoln Memorial sweatshirt. That was one of the first one I got when I got there. So that's 17 years ago that I wear around the house. I don't wear those around school or anything because it's dicey to wear, a Lincoln Memorial shirt to do something.
He doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I don't wear anything around, but in the house, when nobody sees me, you can. That's one of my favorite sweatshirts. I got a High Point quarter zip that's good to sleep in, and a little hoodie from Lincoln Memorial. Probably 2 of my favorite things to sleep in.
Tim, do you save the sports, like the koozies from all the shows and stations you've been
on?
Like the Man and the Woman, you've got some old pens and pencils.
Oh,
yeah.
Most are out of business.
Trinkets, that's exactly right.
No, that's true.
If we go there, they shut down. Josh, how would you evaluate where things are at this point in the season? You'll be getting the conference schedule going here shortly. Team has dealt with some more injuries than I would imagine any coach would want to deal with. How would you give the state of the Billikens at this point?
Yeah, I think we're certainly a work in progress. The injuries of I think anytime you go into a season, I always think it doesn't matter what sport. there's usually an array of unforeseen circumstances that you encounter. And sometimes those circumstances are good. Like, this guy's so much better than we thought he was going to be, or this is much better than we thought of the team coalesced in such a way that we couldn't have imagined. Sometimes the circumstances are difficult. We lost a player, or maybe things didn't come together the way we thought, or a guy who's, was batted .330 for the last 8 years, hitting .250, or whatever the case may be. I think, every year presents that. So for us, the injuries have been a challenge, as much from a game standpoint, of course, but a practice standpoint, and so I think, we're searching right now for an identity. I think, what are we going to be as a team? Like, what's our identity? What's our formula to win games? What do we got to do offensively to operate in our wheelhouse? What is our wheelhouse? What do we got to do defensively? And I think, until you really have an identity as a team on both ends of the floor, it's hard to be as good as you want to be. So I think we're still, I'd say we're a work in progress. We got guys in that locker room who said, we got good kids. They care. They want to be good. They care about winning. They care about St. Louis. They care about representing the university in the right way. It doesn't maybe, feel like it to the outside, but we're 6-3, with everything we've dealt with. And I think our trajectory, our bandwidth to get better is really high because, again, we just haven't had the group together. And so when we've, even our starting five, Robbie got hurt in the first game. Yeah. He misses next 3 games. He comes back, and then Kellen goes down, Thames, and he's dealing with the cramping stuff, which we're working on. So, obviously the bench, but what it has done is open up opportunities. Guy like Amari McCautry is getting a chance to play a lot of minutes as a freshman. Max Picard is going to get a big opportunity here to play a lot of minutes as a freshman. Those guys are going to be thrown in the fire. And we'll get, I think, we'll get some of these guys back as time goes on, and but at the end of the day, from a coaching standpoint, you don't, I tell the team this too, like the worst, one of the worst emotional states you can be in is self-pity in life. Right? Woe is me. I don't want that at all. And my job as a coach, and the coach, any job for any coach in any sport, is to maximize the personnel you have available. We'd all love, every coach love to have all their players available and all their best players available. But, it happens sometimes it doesn't. Last year at Indiana State, we were really fortunate. We had our whole team the whole year, very rarely had any missed games, and it was a seamless deal to miss practices. Guys were healthy the whole year. This year hasn't been the case, but my job is to make sure I'm maximizing the personnel I have available for each game, and then that we're putting guys in position, to where the sum is greater than individual parts, and of a team.
I got a friend who's a big Billiken fan, and he goes to all the games, and he said, ask Coach if Robbie can be down low more often. I said, well, he's good at shooting threes. He goes, I know, but he's the biggest guy. I want him grabbing boards. How do you balance that when he's your big man, but he's a threat from beyond the arc in terms of wanting him down low at times?
Well, I think, he posts a fair amount. I mean, now I think when you put somebody, in the post all the time, what that does is one, you would take away he's the best passer we have. 2, his gravity opens up driving lanes when the big man has to come out and guard him on the perimeter. If you just put him in the post, that clogs up all the driving and all the cutting, because you would just be cutting into a big man who's standing down there. Spacing, everything offensively is spacing. When you have a 5 that has gravity, and by gravity I mean that he draws defenders away from the basket. Gibson Jimerson has great gravity, right? When he comes off a handoff, usually 2 guys have to go to the ball. If they don't, he's going to shoot it, and that opens up the seams, and now you play to that. So we got to leverage Robbie's gravity. Doesn't mean he can't post. I mean, I think he scored 19 points on Sunday and only made 1 3. I think most of his baskets were in the low block, but just stationing him in the low block wouldn't be what I would think would be best for his game. And he's not, as big as he is, he's far from our best rebounder. Our best offensive or defensive rebounder, Kuluanya and Kellen Thames, are both better rebounder.
I feel like you've thought this through more than my friend.
He was handling it politely. I noticed that.
I think it was
he was thinking, well, here's the reasons.
Give me
you
the
asshat, but I'll be polite about it. That's what I heard.
Give me the numbskull's phone number, and I will school him on this.
Call him directly now.
That's kind of the way basketball has gone in general over the last, 15 or 20 years. You watch an NBA game, they're all standing out there beyond the three-point line.
Well, because there's a value of the mathematics of threes, but beyond the mathematics of threes, it's the mathematics of so take the two, for the last year, the two highest offense efficiency teams in the NBA were the Celtics and the Thunder. And the thing was Porzingis and Holmgren, 7-footers that could step out and shoot the basketball. And then defensively, the most valuable real estate in basketball is the paint. So when you have guys who are 7 feet whatever, and Max Picard could eventually become this, was what we think is they can block shots, they can alter and block shots defensively, they clog the paint defensively, then offensively, because they can play away from the basket, they take the defense away from the basket. Those guys are invaluable, and that's what opens up Jason Tatum's drives, is the fact that there's not a big man sitting down there that can just sit in the paint and guard him, because they don't position their big under the basket, the way it was in the olden days. And so when you have a big that can space and a big that can shoot, and even if
it has gravity,
and the bigs have gravity,
catching it,
and so the gravity is what opens it up and allows those driving lanes. It allows the cuts to be there for layups. And so some of the cuts you see us getting for layups and dunks, the reason we led the country in 2-point percentage the last 2 years was because of the points we got off cuts, the points we got off drives. And so, even with this team, we're not as there yet, but I think we're still, top 25 or so in the country in 2-point percentage because of that. But I get you got to have a balance. You can't just live and die with threes. You got to certainly get the ball inside. And Robbie can post. But in terms of rebound the basketball down there, offensively or defensively, Kalu and Kellen would be the two guys that are our best rebounders. Robbie's a good rebounder, but he's not in the same, vein as those guys. You're like, those guys can't pass or do some of the things that he can do out there on the perimeter, and his ability to throw guys open. And it's like a quarterback, where a guy's covered, but he throws them open like he's not open, but he throws the ball where only he can get it.
Yeah.
Like Robbie's that level of passer, so you take away the thing he does best if you just station him down there.
I want to get your perspective on the state of college athletics in general. We had a breaking story in the 9 o'clock hour with regard to Missouri football that then got people talking about this is the way things are now. And I'm curious, you've been through it, both on, I think, probably the good side and the bad side, and get what it's like as a head coach. As we hear Bill Belichick consider going into college, that's certainly a different animal now than it was, say, 5 years ago. So Josh Schertz giving us his perspective on both the Billikens, college athletics, kind enough to join us here in the 10 o'clock hour on TMA. One more segment, talking it over with the head coach of the Billikens on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been locally and family owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. And that's why he wants you to know that if you are a carpet installer, he is paying $7 a square yard. That's $7 a square yard. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. So if you are interested, go to igotfloored.com to find out how you can become part of Michael's team. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Holidays are here. Many people love to entertain, show off their home. There's no better way than to get floored at Michael's. And if you're interested in becoming a carpet installer for $7 a square yard, you can sign up by going to igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight right here on 101 ESPN, taking on the Vancouver Canucks. You can catch that right here on 101 pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we are honored to have Josh Schertz, the Billikens head coach, in studio with us. One more segment here. And, Coach, in the 9 o'clock hour, we had the story that Williams Nwaneri, who is a 5-star recruit that signed with Missouri football, is likely to enter the transfer portal. And this is just kind of the state of college athletics. When you have a college football team, you have a lot more to deal with than a basketball team, but this is the deal. You can spend all this time recruiting guys, and then essentially it's a one-year deal. You've been coaching long enough to see the before the portal, before the NIL world, and now the new world. What has the adjustment been like for you? What do you think of the state of college athletics?
Well, I mean, it's certainly, I'd say, there's a lot of, mental time travel is exhausting and unproductive, right? Like, I had a time in my career, which going all the way back to 2021, I know it feels like a different lifetime, where, the Division II level, we kept our guys for 5 years. We took high school guys, we redshirted them, everybody stayed 5 years. They had guys playing the NBA, 6 guys in the G League, they all stayed their whole careers at Lincoln Memorial, and we kept them for 5 years. There was an unbelievable level of corporate knowledge, of relationships, of shared experiences, right? That really good level of continuity that I think was a secret sauce in our success. But the mental time travel to go back to that time and think, well, what was is, again, is exhausting and really non-productive. The world today, it is what it is. NIL is here and is here to stay. And people can debate the goods and bads, but again, it just is what it is. I think, in any climate, you have to adapt and evolve. If you don't, you get left behind. And I think there's a lot of factors that go into retaining players. I think one thing, for us, and I can only speak for St. Louis basketball, is, for us to have a sustainable championship level program, we have to have continuity. We got to be able to recruit the right kind of guys and retain them. And in this, climate, that is difficult because every rule is designed to fracture continuity. Right. I mean, it's basically, free agency on an annual basis. There isn't anything, stabilizing to it. So I think you have to have a lot of, guys tend to transfer for a variety of reasons. I think, one is, potentially they feel like, sometimes it's just playing time. They want more playing time than they can get, and that happens, and that's happened throughout history. I think now what's more is, the relationship aspect of they having a good experience. And the most important relationships in any program aren't really players and coaches, it's players and players. Because they're with the players a lot more than they're with the coaches. So, what kind of experience they're having in that locker room with other people? Do they feel like they're being utilized the right way? Do they feel like they're being, if they're not playing a lot, are they being developed? Do they feel like there's a culture where people really are pouring into them, caring for them? It doesn't mean that every guy that leaves doesn't have that. And then sometimes it just comes down to money. And a guy maybe he has great experience in the locker room. He has great teammates. He enjoys them. He enjoys his coaches. He feels like he's being utilized great. He's being put in good situations. He's developing as a player. There's a care level and authenticity there. And then the money's just too significant for somebody to walk away from. And so usually it comes down to those aspects of it. For us, whether that's a good thing or bad thing, like that's what it is. I do think there's an opportunity for our program, in this era. There's been for many years this, St. Louis basketball is a sleeping giant. St. Louis basketball is a sleeping giant. And all the reasons that we've discussed, you got this incredible city, which is an awesome place to live, and it's very attractive for recruits. Got great culture, great diversity. It's a sports town. We talked about, there's no NBA team here. There's no real college team here to compete with for us. So we have this market that we can certainly tap into. You've got this beautiful campus. You've got elite high-level academics at St. Louis. You've got a great Jesuit-level education. Our facilities with the new Champion Center take a back seat to nobody in the country. There's never been a better time for St. Louis University and the basketball program to capitalize on what it can become and to realize its full potential. Because in this climate, in this era, you truly get to choose who you want to be. I mean, the number one player in the country today for basketball, A.J. Dispenza, would be probably the number one pick in the draft in a year, just committed to BYU. You know, he's from Worcester, Mass. Like, that wouldn't have happened 2 years ago. Yeah. Wouldn't have happened 3 years ago. It happened today because of a variety of factors, but, you know, BYU's all in that space. And they're all in that space in football. They're all in that space because it's important to them. You get to choose now who you want to be. So when people go to, we got Troy and guys running our Billiken Victory Fund.
The great Troy Robertson.
The great Troy Robertson, loyal texter into the program to me and Martin's phone.
A lot of critiques in there. A lot of criticisms of things you guys should do.
Some unfortunate height references. I want you to know, since we're on the same team. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Really unfortunate. Right. Now they're directed at me.
Yeah,
just for the record.
I'm sure he does that with me as well.
Yeah,
now
exactly. Now it's on the record, Troy.
Yeah, exactly. I think when people go and we have our Billiken Victory Fund, we get to choose, who we want to be in this point. And so it makes it difficult, though, to build a team. I don't know, everybody talks about, get old and stay old. And I think there's validity to that in this era. What I think you miss with that is getting old together. And you could go recruit 13 grad transfers and put a team together and say, hey, we're old. Look at everybody on the team is 23. But they're all coming from their own experiences, their own backgrounds. They have no shared experiences. And what makes a team is shared experiences. And where, for us, where I said this in the preseason, where our lack of continuity would show itself would be early in the year. Because that's where a lack of shared experiences rears its head. By the time January, February hits, I mean, you have enough shared experiences. You got to play together. You got to develop a synchronicity. You got to go through things together to become a team. Well, good teams went through that last year. They're just building upon that foundation. We're kind of going through it as it is. So for us to be good, there has to be a level of continuity. The continuity will drive sustainability. But again, there's no better time than the current climate for St. Louis basketball to become what it's capable of becoming. And I really believe that. And I think across college sports, this is the new reality. And reality is you better have a great culture. You better be invested in kids. You better be about relationships. You better be about authenticity. You better have kids in your program that other guys want to be around because, again, those relationships trump all other relationships in terms of a player's experience. And if you don't have those things and kids don't feel like they're treated the right way or you don't have the capacity to retain them, they're going to look elsewhere. So I think that's the new normal. And if you're constantly configuring your entire team every year, incredibly hard to have sustained success. You can maybe get it right and you put all it comes together once in a blue moon. But when I'm talking about year in, year out, being in the fight, look at the Marquettes, the Purdue's, the certain basketball, the schools that are doing it that way. And it's doable, but you got to certainly be the exception to the rule.
Yeah, everybody on the Marquette roster right now was either there last year or they're incoming freshmen.
Correct.
They're all Marquette kids. There's nobody. I'm on some group text as a Marquette guy, and every once in a while, we need a portal kid. We got a portal kid. But Shaka said, we're going to do it this way, and they beat Purdue, and Painter said that's the way you do it.
And Purdue is the same way, and I know Matt and Shaka well, and that is the secret sauce to sustainably doing it year in and year out. And they have to, it takes culture. It takes a work environment that kids really want to be a part of. And it takes resources. And both those programs have the NIL capacity, but they have the culture. They have the right kind of kids. They're recruiting the right kind of kids. They're passing on kids they think will be, having their hand out, and just it's all about the finances. And from a modeling standpoint, I think that's who we got to be. Where this NIL is not just going and you're just throwing money at random things, but you're actually retaining your really good players. You're saying, hey, these guys are here, they're proven, they're developing. We've got to be able to retain these great players because that's the corporate knowledge. That's the continuity that drives sustainable championship level programs. That's what you're seeing with Marquette, Purdue, and some of these programs. And the programs that are really going out every year and having to try to completely renovate their rosters, it's hit or miss.
Yeah,
there's no guarantee that it's going to work. Nobody has more NIL space than like Arkansas and Kansas and some of those places, and they're not 1-2 in the country right now. That's right. With the biggest Indiana, those schools have the biggest NIL collectives, and so when you're having to do it from that capacity versus being able to retain your guys, I think it's a much easier ask. We did it, my team in Indiana State last year, I think was a good example. We had really played 6 guys for most of the year. That was in our rotation, and 4 of the 6 were returners from the 22-23 team, and we hit it right with Ryan Conwell and with Isaiah Swope. And those 6 really were the 6 that kind of played I think we played a 7th guy maybe 8 minutes a game, but those 6 were the lion's share. But 4 of those guys were returners, the Julian Larrys, the Jason Kents, the Robbie Avalas, the Xavier Bledsons. Those guys were with our team the year before, and some of those guys 2 years before. So that continuity, that's what drove last year.
That's how you build a culture. Coach Josh Schertz, kind enough to spend another hour with us here in studio on TMA. Coach, we always enjoy the conversation. And, Doug, that'll be fun for you to get a chance to coach against Illinois State this Sunday.
I'll put them through their paces.
Josh.
My wife has she'll be disappointed because she has a big a crush on their coach, Ryan
is that
Peeten.
right?
Yeah, good-looking guy. So, but Doug, you'll be fun. So this will be. She'll may come with you anyway, just to come support you and the team. But
that's nice.
And see Ryan while he's out there.
We'll get you a press pass. You can cover the game like Doug would back in the day.
There you go.
And you can hit him with the hard-hitting question. I was an Avila down low.
Yeah, I was an Avila down low. What are you doing? Defense looks soft.
He's a gravity guy.
He's a gravity, Doug. Right. Come on. That's a good idea. I'll let him coach, and I'll just come to the press conference and have some hard. Second guess the whole thing. Works for me. Thank you guys for having me as always.
Thanks, Josh. We appreciate it, man. That's Josh Schertz, head coach of the Billikens. Take a break. Final segment of TMA for today. Coming up next with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for 30 years. I've met Dan and his team at the showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walked me through all the different types of custom work they do and came to my house to show me what they can do at our home. You can see what they can do for you by going to aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way. It's not just a sales process. They have the creativity and the attention to detail to bring your design to life specific for your home, and they offer those custom deck designs. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Call them at 636-532-5008. Talk it over with Dan and his team just like I did, and you will be very happy with what they can do for your home. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, 636-532-5008. And let them know I sent you their way at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Martin, what a treat for you. You're usually in the middle of completing the onboarding process when we do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Now, I stuck around. I had things, and today's things involved learning. Basketball season begins for my 8th grade squad, so I thought it was a benefit to the team.
For you to get a little knowledge.
Stick around and learn a little bit, yeah.
Get your big guy out there, be on the perimeter. That's what we learned.
Gravity.
Associate head coach here. One year, the coach, his wife was also coaching with us. He called a timeout, and she said, "Why did you do this?" He said, "I don't know." So we're brushing up. We're brushing up on our skill set leading into CYC ball. Opening game this weekend, if you guys have.
Oh, I hope it's at St. Gabriel.
This will be at St. Clement at 2:30.
Oh, St. Clement of Rome, Doug. Very tough building.
Some wealthy kids there, though.
We get the calls.
They're not going to want to run.
Pediatrician Dr. Hardmuck used to be the referee, and people are like, "Come on, Doc, you take care of my kid. Give me a call."
Do you see Jackson, your allies, rapping you?
It's 10:57. We haven't started emails yet.
No.
I wouldn't do it, but there, people do a show after. I've got to be respectful.
Martin, welcome to me and Chairman Kurt's Alliance.
Okay. I don't mean to blow it up.
It's a Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Here we go. Cardinal tickets. Do you like when my tongue swirls around the part of your inner thigh that gets chafed after waiting around Six Flags for a few hours?
Is that your question to me, or are you reading an email?
This is an email.
Oh, okay.
Martin, aren't you glad you got to stick around?
I kind of zoned out there. I like to review the old text while you do the emails.
You're trying to figure out who is the angriest texter. You're pretty high on wedding tackle.
Yeah, wedding tackle seems to be
going through
like a
things.
future Dan Caesar, like wants to critique everything.
Should that be a year-end award? Angriest texter?
Yeah. Do you plan on excreting your turkey legs in the Highland Fling bathroom?
Oh.
I could tell he was struggling as I entered the latrine. He had both of his arms pressed against the wall for leverage, and he was nearly giving himself an aneurysm trying to force out the dry brine to gabagool.
No, that's enough!
He recently ingested.
The gabagool?
Seems like someone's going to a Cardinal game, maybe a couple.
Oh.
That's from Tunnels 12,006, senior boy editor of the Chandler Hill Gazette.
Didn't like it.
He has his own paper.
Tunnels 12,000. Poor email.
If you're not on the TMA fan page, you are missing out on some golden content. Are you in the mood to see a video of Boss Gags playing a song on Saturday Night Live from 1976 that you literally didn't even know existed? Well, you're in luck because the girdle-wearing glass installer with insatiable fingers just posted it on the Facebook page of St. Louis's longest-running sports radio show. Take that, Charlotte. Do you want to see the guy who used to get so high before work that he would accidentally broadcast private sound story interviews live on YouTube, commit libel against a former NFL wide receiver turned local engagement farmer? Kind of an odd request, but you guessed it, the TMA fan page has you covered. If you're dying to see an elderly renter post a photo of his former coworker for absolutely no reason at all, but wait for it, the photo is a decade old. It appears to have been taken right before a senior prom at an all-boys mortuary school. You came to the right place, my friend. Now, the fan page is not to be confused with the TMA subreddit, which features such hot topics as what's the deal with Jay Bomeister? And this wild new complaint, isn't Martin too old to wear a beanie indoors? Come on, Kilcoyne, grow up! That's the JV golf coach with a picture of Jackson. Looks like you're going to prom.
JV golf
My prom pick is in there?
It is.
Am I wearing a white tux?
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
That's got to be pretty easy. The first one was totally vile.
Yeah, it's me.
There was a Buck Swope email, but it just got deleted in front of my very eyes.
JV golf coach.
I'm not wearing a beanie.
Martin, would you like to vote?
He referenced Boz Skaggs, so I'll vote for him.
That would be the JV golf coach, who therefore wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, Martin.
That's a travesty.
Buck Swope is going to be furious about being deleted.
I'll take the
congratulations to JV golf coach. JV golf coach has won Cardinal tickets for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ted Drew's, great place to go anytime around the year. You're going, it's freezing outside. Why am I going to Ted Drew's? Doug, you know the answer. The Christmas trees that they've got going on right now at Ted Drew's. Take the family there and get a tree and some frozen custard. Ted Drew's, founded on the principle of our business is service. The staff at Ted Drew's will help you select your tree, carry it out to your vehicle, and even secure it for the ride home. Ted Drew's also offers a variety of holiday greenery, including beautiful wreaths with handmade bows and pine roping as well. And they, of course, have the delicious concretes for you to enjoy. Take home, put them in dry ice. That's what I do. And then enjoy them at home. Limited time offer right now for those of you going going shopping for Christmas trees and wreaths, buy 3 quarts and get a jumbo container of toppings for free at Ted Drew's. That offer expires on December 30th. Ted Drew's, longtime sponsor of TMA. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.